6:02, call the meeting to order. Rayma, if you would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, non-public and public meeting minutes from the August 15th, 2024 meeting. Somebody like to motion to
I'll
approve?
make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, motion by Don, second by Carol to approve the non-public and public meetings from the August 15th, 2024 meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda for 8/29/24, consisting of accounts payable manifest dated 8/23/24, accounts payable manifest dated 8/27/24, accounts payable manifest dated 9/4/24, payroll manifest dated 8/29/24, removals of credit and/or exemption for the year 2025 tax year as follows: map lot 109-047, credit amount of $750, map lot 203-153, charitable exemption in the amount of $62,000, and approve the 2024 MS1 summary inventory of valuation.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion by Don, second by Les to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, public hearing on phase 1 of the Robeson Road project. Assume that's what all you folks are here for?
Wow, you got it in the agenda early, lucky.
So, this is.
Oh, yes.
Your
We will
first
officially open the public hearing.
Oh, we did, technically.
Okay.
6:02 p.m.
What's that?
Oh, officially, oh, never mind, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, I'll drink some more coffee.
Cheers.
Cheers. So this is our first of 2 public hearings, included in your packets. I'm not gonna open a couple of the items because one is the legal process. I think I've shared that with you a couple times to make sure you knew what we had to do. We posted the public hearing notice in the Daily Sun as of August 20th, and it advertised both public hearings. So this is the first one, and the second one will be on September 19th. So what, I also, I don't have all the answers for this meeting, but we have a second public hearing where we can get the rest of the answers that I need to get for you. But one thing I thought would be good to share with you, and I tried to do this today, did not have a very good day with coffee in my car. Let's see if it'll let me do it now. So one of the things you thought would be good for the public hearing was to actually have a video of the road. This isn't, this part here, I'm videotaping out my sunroof. So this part here is where the turnaround, so I'm starting from the turnaround in the woods and coming back out, and you will see there's some things that will need to be done in order for the town to have a turnaround like this. And then, so this part here, this is our, so we're gonna be doing phase 1, which is coming up, but this is phase 2 to get the easement, so. And so the phase 1, oh, I forgot to, Raymond, can you turn the sign around for me on the door? So right about here, you'll see the 2 houses. To the tar where I stop is the section that we're talking about right now in these 2 public hearings. So,
That's only 100.
and so we think, I will say out loud, we think we paved more than we took over. So Robeson Road was taken over in two stages, but I don't understand why we never took this last section of the development. So phase 1, the first section was like 550 feet years ago. Then there was a petition that came in, I was supposed to take another section of road over. When you measure this out, the paving goes further than what the footage said on the petition, so I do believe we paved more. But really, we estimate it's really the last two building lots, their property, in front of their property, that this would take over. This, again, only takes care of that. The next step we have to do is work on an easement with the developer who owns the part you saw me, where I'm parked right now and coming out. We still have to do that. But it gets us moving forward, and we've had verbal permission in the past to drive in there. We just have to reach out to her and talk about cutting the trees a little, and then making sure that we can fill in if we need to for a turnaround. The other video, if you want, I also videotaped the whole road for people who may not have been there from, oops, not that. That's parking, sorry. This is from the paving, this is from where I stopped, and this just shows you the rest of the road. We've talked about the whole road at some point, probably should be relooked at. So.
But when are you have a flat tire?
I am. So my video is out the roof. It's the clearest picture.
The coasting was against the law.
She's on the skateboard.
Is there anyone here that wants to speak in either favor or opposition?
I'll stop this.
I know you folks are all in favor. I think we're all on board with this.
I'd just like to appreciate the select board looking into this, and hopefully we can move forward with this, and, because we love the area, we love the neighbors, like I said this last meeting, I believe, and, I just think it would increase the value of the town. It's some nice homes in that area, like I said, excellent neighbors, and I think it'll be just greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and I think kind of the plan, at least for now, is to, once we do have permission to, or confirm that we still have permission to access the next section of the road there, is to just kind of make that road passable for our trucks to be able to get up in there and turn around. I know you folks have felt a little frustrated and felt a little misled in the past. We've already discussed kind of revisiting the paving priorities down the road and everything. I just don't want to give anyone the impression that just because we're taking the road over doesn't mean that we're going to commit and put a fresh coat of asphalt down and everything. I think our intention is that once this comes up on the paving schedule, then we'll complete paving of the road. So, that would be this board's intention. But as you well know, the faces change, so, yeah.
So, fine, I can tell you right now, it's about, according to the current paving schedule, and that is what we're rediscussing, because we talked about making a whole other plan, it's about 3 years out.
Yeah.
However, when we start doing those work sessions with the highway superintendent, then we can determine where that will be, so,
Yep.
for
Okay,
sure.
and
Yep.
Did we talk to Mark about getting a number for what this paving would cost, just this piece?
We
If
did,
not, we should get it.
I'll have that for your public hearing, I did have it, but I didn't.
Yeah, I
We
don't.
had the cost in the last meeting, when we talked about it, and that's why we kind of said we were concerned with
Yeah.
taking it over, but then we decided to just get the takeover.
Yeah, because there's a lot more that goes in, that's gonna go into that besides just paving, because that, the base that's there currently is basically degraded. So that all needs to be pulled out and a new base put in before that road can be paved. So there's more to it than just the cost of the asphalt. So kind of the thought for the moment was, if we could at least get in there, bring in, 60, 80 yards of gravel, lay out the gravel and kind of ditch the road so it'll run off correctly, at least just so for the purpose of our trucks getting in there and accessing it. And then, knowing that down the road, when we do pave that road, that section is gonna have to be dug up and then, dug down probably 12, 18 inches and new gravel brought in and, packed in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Christina, this will end at the end of the property lines?
Yes, because we can't, so the way this is right now, we can only take over part, whatever was
Yeah.
laid out on a
Yeah,
subdivision plan. So the phase one, they called it way back when, was a phase one Robeson Road development, so we can only take over to the end of the property lines. We have a way to do the next steps, but that is that long process where I have to go to the Conservation Commission, I have to go to the planning board, I have to go to public hearings here, and then we'll move on. We can probably get that taken care of. I don't see any reason why we couldn't. But in the interim, we're gonna try to do something like a memorandum of understanding so that we can go down to that corner.
just making sure that we're all on the same page about where this town road will end. That's
Yes.
all.
Oh, yes, sorry. I explained way too much.
No, it's good. It helps me with all the things I forget, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have anything?
Just another comment on the, like you said, getting your trucks up there and everything. That was one of our biggest things to bring up was we have the propane trucks that regularly deliver to everyone on the road, and they'll drive all the way up expecting someplace to turn around, and they say, oh, there's nothing here, so they have to back
That's
all
back
the
all
way
the way back out, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will the easement cover the public if they use it?
Well, the future easement, I don't know, we'd have to find out if it would. I'm not sure if it would. The piece of the easement would be issued to the town of Bristol, not to the general public. We wouldn't take over that road, it would just be an easement taken over. So I can clarify that.
Yeah, see where maybe we need to get it as a right of way.
Or maybe it has to be more than just an easement, you
Yeah.
actually have to purchase. I don't think that they would make us do that, this developer, I think they're very interested in us taking that last section over.
Yeah.
But I think it would be something where they would transfer that section to the town, so.
Okay.
It's getting really nothing to do with the road there, but as far as good money going up there, at one point, when we first purchased the house, they were talking about that road going up, and then they were gonna do a road that might go to the right, I'm trying to think of name it. And then the other one went left, before you go left.
It goes up to-
Yeah, is that ever gonna, you think ever gonna happen? Just for my own,
Yeah.
It depends on the developer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be anything on the town's end, that would strictly
do
be,
something like that,
if a
okay.
developer came in to
Because I know
sell.
there's a path, and I've walked from time to walk, I
Yeah, it goes up
to Chestnut. I think.
Chestnut, and then
Yes.
there's Virginia, and I think it's up there.
Ellen, Virginia,
Ellen, yes.
And the other one
Chestnut Street
goes
Extension.
over to, what is it, Worthing?
Warfield, goes down towards Warfield Circle, I don't know.
Yes, yes.
It's actually really close to Warfield Circle.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a right of way that would
So,
extend,
Which-
enable it to be extended into Warfield
One of
Circle.
those properties is adjacent to the corner of Warfield Circle property.
Yep,
so this whole property, there's a whole phase 2 development plan that just was never done.
yep.
So, and it was supposed to tie back in to this road. So, it just, they never did it, it's expired now, so they'd have to go through a process, but,
And anything they did there would have to be to a class 5 level if they wanted the town to take.
Right, they'd have to
over
put it
as a
up to
development.
well, no matter what, they'd still have to put it up to town standards regardless if the town took any more of it
Yeah.
over or not, but, well, it's supposed to,
Yes.
according to the zoning, so, but. Unless it serviced only one house. If it serviced only one house, then they wouldn't have to do that, like if they didn't subdivide this whole property, that would be different, but.
Okay, well, unless anybody has anything else, I guess we'll close the public hearing and we'll have session 2 on the 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you guys, thank you for coming in.
Bless you.
Rayma,
Yeah.
back up.
Yes.
I don't think I put anything, let me look, no. So I didn't put anything in your packets, but, we had a conversation previously about, elections, so you know that's next week, and then Rayma will tell you what she needs, and I can fill in some spaces.
I need all of you to be there. Isn't that easy? aren't you glad you're not?
All day?
Yes, all
Three
day,
of us at a time? No, all,
all day.
three of us.
At least 3 at all
Yeah.
times. Because the state will be coming in doing inspections.
So I think one of the things I was kind of thinking about this the other day with this coming up was maybe if we could just come up with a schedule of guaranteed. So there's 3 guaranteed there at all times. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to come early. But just so there's no question.
Ned's
We'll run
gonna
into the
have
same
to-
thing in November too, so.
Ned's gonna have to leave, I think at 6.
It's 6.
And be about
Just
45
here.
minutes, so we'll just need somebody to
So,
cover for him because he's going to a meeting here.
yeah, he'll be at a meet, so we have and I'll tell you about it on TA. He'll be here from 6 to about 6:45 for a meeting. I don't think it'll be that long, but he's on the
I'm
committee.
assuming one of us can cover for him.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I'm in for the whole day, I'm good.
You're there all day?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I need the afternoon off.
And I can be there, like I can cover the afternoon.
Okay, I'll tag team with you, I'll do that the morning.
Yeah, and I'm probably just gonna work from there for the most part, but I might have to run out at some point, so we'll just kind of see what everybody's availability is and.
If Ned leaves, do we need one person?
Oh,
One
I
of
know.
you can cover as a moderator for.
No, but for a quorum, would they need would they need 3 select board plus somebody covering for Ned?
Can one of us do 2 jobs at once?
I think so.
Asking.
I know.
You can do that.
Sean's raising
As long as
his
you're a
hand.
selectman and you're there. Sean's done it quite a few times.
A few years ago, I signed off as deputy
Right. I got your resignation.
moderator. I don't remember resigning, and I don't know what the time frame was. But I can't be there during the day, but I could be there to cover for Ned
Okay.
if I'm still, you know.
Otherwise, you just get sworn in again.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
it
We
should
can
be,
swear you in again anyway, Sean.
Scott, you said you'll be there late, you'll be there late, I'll be there late.
The only thing I have is, I'm supposed to meet with Alexandria Budget Committee at 6:45. I'm just wondering if they realize that they have voting that day when they set that up, so
Yeah.
Can
I may
you,
have to leave for
can you
that.
talk to them too? Ask you that later. I'll tell you why. Since
Okay.
you're-
Yeah, I've got something on that too.
I plan on being there around 5:30 to vote anyway.
So that would be good.
uh,
All right, let's put you down.
If you do need.
All right.
So you won't be there from
Noon on.
noon on, okay, okay,
And I'll make sure to get there before.
yeah.
Ish.
Okay.
So I'll make sure if I do have to do anything, I'll do it.
Everything is set up. I've got to call the highway because there's a few things that need to be, I just got up there this afternoon to see it, and I got a few things that need to be turned around, a couple of things that need to be done, but I'll talk with them tomorrow. The other thing is, we're gonna have some, I think 6 inspectors that the state Republican Party has assigned us and the state Democrat Party has assigned us. A couple of them are our ballot clerks anyway, and a couple of them are just people that they want to come in and sit there and listen. Excuse me. Just so you know, that's gonna happen. Cheryl and myself are going to buy coffee and donuts and some goodies, and then we're gonna also buy some chips and stuff like that to go with lunch. Ned said he would buy lunch. So I'm asking if you guys can buy the pizza at night. Thank you.
It's interesting that the town has never paid for this. I guess I didn't catch on to this in the past.
We need to talk about that during budget.
Another time.
Talk about what?
Yeah, during budget, we should probably talk about it, because it is
For primary
getting
parties should
harder
actually
and
get
harder.
it, so.
Right.
We did pay for pizzas last year out of the budget, I think, for one of the big
Well,
ones.
my question is, not question, comment is, you know, Cheryl and I are paying it out of our own pocket.
Oh, you're
Ned
paying it out
pays
of
it
your
out of
pocket?
his own
Yeah.
pocket.
No.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying.
So Ned pays out of his pocket.
Ned pays out of
Out
his
of his
pocket,
stipend
Cheryl and
he
I
gets,
pay out of
that's
our
it.
pocket. So that's what I was gonna say, and if you
That
guys
makes
could
more
pay out of your pocket.
In the past, JP and I have tag teamed it.
Yeah. Well, I have no problem doing it, but it seems like it should be covered by the town.
Right.
Well,
I mean,
the
If you're
history
asking
on
somebody to
that,
be there- you're asking somebody to be there for 14 hours or whatever it is.
there's history on that, Carol.
Okay, 10:40.
The town used
We'll
to
talk
buy,
about it
the
later.
town used to buy our lunch. And one select board, some select board at some point in time decided that, no, we're not gonna buy those people lunch. We shouldn't be buying them lunch, we shouldn't be buying them supper. That's why it was never budgeted, that's why it was never allowed, because, and then that is when Barbara Greenwood said, I'm just gonna make everything, cause it's
Yeah.
not fair to you
It's not
guys.
fair. I
So
mean, if people-
Barbara made, but we don't have our Barbara anymore, and
Yeah.
We will make sure that gets
Yes.
in the budget.
Yeah, that's, and it
Because we
would
don't
have to
have
go
our Barbara
over
anymore,
different
so.
elections, so.
yeah. Yeah, like I said, Cheryl and I are taking it out of our own pocket, Ned takes it out of his own pocket. It doesn't have anything to do with the town, we
Yeah.
just supply
We
it.
increased Ned's stipend enough to pay for his.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I was gonna say, we'll just continue to pay for it, we'll just increase our stipend.
But you shouldn't be paying for the coffee and donuts in the morning either.
No.
But we have been for years.
We have no way to do that for these two elections?
We can,
I'm
we
sure
don't
we can
have a
find
budget, we
one.
could probably find it, yes, but we're trying to get the town credit cards changed over too, because we're having a lot of trouble.
Well, I will be happy to cover it and get
We can,
reimbursed.
well, so if they cover it and submit a reimbursement, I'm sure that we can find it, if that's what you want, that's what, I don't mean that we won't do that, obviously, but
Yeah.
we can figure something.
Yeah, that's not great.
I would feel better about that than having to come out of your pockets.
And then if
Thank
they,
you.
I mean, depending on what we could order, if they order lunch, we could certainly pick it up and, or we could order it, pay for it and have them pick it up.
Yeah.
Same thing with the pizzas, we did that last year, except then it would change where I
Oh, yeah, because I wasn't there.
Just have to call and cross early to make sure we got our order in.
Yeah. I wasn't saying that really loud, but.
Okay, anything else, Rick?
I think that's it for elections, unless you guys have any questions.
I was just gonna follow.
I have one more
on to
thing.
it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We're not doing one?
The gator,
I know.
the gator that we use for around town, we have drivers, and I've copied it, but I haven't scanned, I scanned it, but I haven't sent it to you yet, but it's scanned.
So we've set them up, or Ramus and I set them up for 3-hour intervals, except for the end of the night, right?
Yeah, 2 hours.
At the end of the night.
So, Peter Daniels is gonna go from 8 to 11. Herb Darcy is gonna go from 11 to 2. Phil Dion's gonna go from 2 to 5.
That was why you called.
Yeah, he said call me. I don't know why you're calling me.
Yeah, make it work.
And Tom Keegan from 5 PM to 7 PM.
Perfect.
Nice.
So 3 of them, so we've also made arrangements, they have to be trained. The policy is they have to have a training and they have to sign a waiver with the side-by-side or gator. So I think only 3 of them will need it though. I think Herb Darcy and Tom Keegan have already
Yeah.
gone through the training.
I
So-
think Peter has too.
No, he hasn't done it for a long time, so. So Highways agreed to do the training. I'm gonna have the waiver forms. I've agreed to meet with them at each of their time slots and get the waivers signed. Are you done? Sorry, I don't wanna jump ahead.
No, go ahead.
Detour, we are going to have, the detour like before, that you'll only be allowed to go the one-way street down School Street. That Chris is going to, because people were ignoring it, is going to put the big radar sign with the word saying detour. So when people come down School Street, they will have to go up, whatever that is.
Winter.
Winter, thank you. The thing that we've talked about and I'm a little concerned about is running the side-by-side you know how we set up the fireworks with a cone and we used to run the golf carts on the side of the road with the cone? They're talking about, they wanna test that here, and that means they can't park on the other side of the road at all, because the traffic is at a tight fit there. I'm a little concerned about that, and Chris was a little concerned, Victor wanted to test it, and I thought it was a good idea, but I looked at it, and I don't know about if it would fit, so.
Probably the smart thing to do would be to have the side-by-side go up and around,
And
so they're
come
not
down.
turning out over here.
Yeah.
So if they go
Already
up
turned.
winter, come down Spruce, and then down Summer, and that way they're making a right-hand turn into the town office rather than crossing traffic twice right there with,
That's the gator?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Because it is registered.
it is, it
So
can,
we're gonna drive people all the way around
I
there.
was gonna say, that's a long
Yeah.
route for,
Yeah,
If they wanna ride.
go for a ride. Yeah.
EPS does
we
it.
were doing that, so
Seems like
we
the
were driving them with the
safest
water and
thing to
sewer
say.
car that way, because we had the one-way traffic when I was driving with the water and sewer truck. We were going that way, around,
Okay.
and then coming back down, so,
Is the gator the Kubota?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about people trying to pull out of School Street down
Right,
here
right.
in two-way
With the
traffic.
Oh, yeah,
gator.
and then make another left turn into.
Right.
I mean, it's one thing with a pickup truck, but you get hit in that gator, and
They can't go up the sidewalk.
No,
So
we-
technically, the gator's
Why?
They-
and not to mention if you
Not,
go
It's
off
not
the
a
street.
It's gonna go off,
It's a
yeah,
UTV.
that's,
It's
it's
probably
cool,
against
that's
the law.
UTV.
Yep, probably, especially since it's registered.
Yeah.
So
I
up
mean, it has
and,
directionals and everything, so.
up and around, I will post tomorrow the detour, a heads up and rides available, I'll get them all posted tomorrow, so.
Excellent.
Um,
Anything preliminarily for the November election? That's probably gonna be a very big turnout.
for November.
Yeah.
we are gonna have to rethink,
We're gonna have to see what the weather is for one
Yeah.
thing, to see if we can still use the gator.
we aren't gonna be able to use the gator in the winter, because, I don't believe, because there's not the gator, the UTV, do you think we can use it in the winter? It's gonna be
in
freezing.
November.
November?
Yeah, it's
So-
the second week of November.
So, yeah, last one year, we were supposed to have golf carts and it snowed, we had
So
to
it should be
cancel
seven.
them.
Well, we canceled the golf.
Was that November or was that February?
November,
Yeah, it was, yeah, we had snow.
we had snow.
Can we confirm with PD that we will have officers there at when the polls
Oh.
open at 8 o'clock at the polls?
And can I add something to that?
We've-
Can the officers be outside? I mean, that's
Yes.
where we need them the most, and I don't mind them coming in, getting warm, getting something to eat, whatever, but they're just inside most of the time, and Ned and I were discussing that last night. He asked me if I would bring that up too, and I said I
Yeah,
would.
no, they need to be out at the ramp at 8 AM because of the traffic out there, and people are gonna, actually probably 7:45.
And because they need to help people cross the street.
Yep.
And that's a big, huge thing, and that hasn't been happening.
Yep.
So I did talk to Chris, Chief Bean already, and they know that that we've asked them to be mostly outside and helping people cross the street, but I will confirm the 7:45 AM.
Yep.
So, we will, this building will park elsewhere, like we normally do, but we do have a meeting we couldn't cancel for Tuesday night, so that starts at 6. So I do anticipate a huge crowd for that, but.
What meeting is it?
So I could set, the first hearing on the fishing game transfer of the Mooney Clark land, it's really not a hearing, it's more of an organization meeting. I'm on the committee, Ned's on the committee. I always forget his last name. Andy from New Hampton is on the committee. We had to have 3 members from the Newfound area on the committee. And then fishing game, this will be a discussion of how the public hearing in 2 weeks will be held, and that way we can get the final transfer of the Mooney Clark landing done.
Okay.
So, we are not interested in moving we've been talking about this for 2 years, moving the site of the voting to make it easier for people. Question.
In November? We can't move September at this point.
I know that, but I think we can have. trouble.
Ned and I discussed that last night too.
I am sure you did, I have no doubt, but we talked. about
Because-
it, so.
Nobody likes it up there, but if we move it for November, people aren't gonna like the change
Fair enough.
from now till, and then just again in November. Now that we have a new superintendent, I'm hoping to go down and talk to
Oh,
him,
he'll be
at
here.
least for next year.
The superintendent will be here on the 19th to meet with the board. I've scheduled him a meet and greet with you. So we could talk to him then. Too, sorry.
I mean, it's a big deal that the sidewalk's been fixed, that was a big complaint. Okay. For the future.
I think the best building of the school would be the high school.
Right, because they could close off on the side.
Because I noticed
just the gym.
the schools in Laconia, when I had to go over there today, that they're closed on September
Yeah.
10th, so.
Yeah, they closed for voting.
Hmm?
They closed for voting.
Yeah.
All schools?
Yeah, because they used the.
They use the schools
Obviously,
down
they're
there.
different
Yeah.
boards.
So, I've asked in the past, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then this year, there wasn't anyone I could talk to, because it was an interim
Yeah.
superintendent, and I had to wait, so.
Okay. Different question, couple. For those of us that are there as the governing body, where can the political observers be, or where can't they be?
Ned's the one that decides that.
He
Ned
needs,
makes,
well, so he can tell, so,
he can tell them what side they have to
Tell us.
stay on, how far they have to stay back from people walking up. And he
Usually-
does go out and check it every once in a while to
I
make
mean,
sure.
the people you're talking about being inside, from the Democrats or Republicans.
The inspector.
The inspectors,
Yes.
they have to sit with the ballot clerks. They have to hear the names spoken and checked.
So they, okay.
They're
So
they're just inspectors, making sure that Carol Brown Jr. has voted.
So
This
those
is
are, that's a
Carol-
laid out job description in essence, they have an, it's not
Yeah.
just,
this
it's
is-
not just somebody from the Republican Party watching over everybody to make sure that. they're
It's somebody from the
present.
Republican Party that has picked certain people, and
Okay.
they're gonna be inspectors at different locations. There's somebody that's gonna be at our location that's from Concord.
Yeah, okay.
And then there's, most of them, I think there's two that I don't know. The rest of them I know. They live in Bristol, and
Okay.
they just sit there. They're not ballot clerks, they don't get paid. They don't have anything like that, but they have to sit there and listen.
I think they do have training that they're giving those people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they basically just sit with the ballot clerk so they can hear the names called and the party.
So the last election, at the end of the night, there was a couple of people that wanted to be there to observe, and Ned said they couldn't come over where we were counting.
Right.
So can people,
The
are people now
inspectors-
gonna be allowed to come over where we're
The
counting?
inspectors, I don't believe are. I believe the inspectors get to sit there and hear the name and hear the
Okay.
party, and that's all they do.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, may I, one more? For the sake of people on the camera, we'll just go over that we don't have a voting machine, we have a counting machine.
Correct.
Right, so, and that it is not connected to the internet and it can't be hacked during the election in any way.
Correct. It can't be hacked. It's
Right.
just a counting machine that the ballots go in, and that's it.
There are those that say that there is software in there that could have been played with. That I'm doing this for transparency for people listening.
Oh, yeah.
That there's software in those machines that someone could have played with somewhere before. You get a new chip every,
We get a memory card.
Yeah.
It's about this big.
yeah,
Ned and I tested them last night.
yeah.
You have to test the spare card, and then you have to test the regular
Yeah.
card. So we test the spare card, and then that came out, we mark ballots, and then we go through them to see how many votes for each person, and if there were any write-ins, if there were any undervotes or overvotes. And then that matched that tape perfect, and I saved the tapes and the time that we did this. And then we did the regular memory card for Tuesday, and that came out the same way. It was perfect.
Good, thank you, thanks for that.
Is this a new machine or the old machine?
This is our old machine.
Old machine.
Yep, and they came and serviced it about 3 weeks ago. So we have new tape, and so it's all,
Thank you, good, thank you. Thanks, Bob.
yep.
Thank you, Raymond.
All right, thank you. I'll see you Tuesday.
Be there with bells on.
I'm sure, we all will.
Hector Lane.
So Hector Lane, we talked to the board at the last meeting on August 15th, and the applicants were asking if we would approve the leach field at the time into the right of way. And there were a lot of concerns from water and sewer, from the highway department, from us as the board. So we responded to them and let them know that it was not approved and gave them a list of the concerns. They've asked to appeal it, and Matt Barnard is here tonight to show what they're proposing, and then I have some input from Water and Sewer and Highway on the new proposal as well, so. I gotta put this one. I can make it bigger. Yes, go around, I will make it bigger.
Do it better.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
guess.
sir.
Hi, thank you.
So the old plan is also in your folders, if you wanted to look at the old plan, but they have tried to address all of our concerns, which there's a list of them also.
Oh, wait, I turned it upside.
I don't know if you would like Matt to explain what they changed since the last time that we looked at this.
Probably easier, right?
So when I first originally submitted some materials, I was really just trying to feel you guys out and see if you guys would even consider the idea of it. So when I heard back from Christina, the owner, Paul LaValle, and I came in, met with her. I believe it was Victor was there as well.
Victor was
Yeah,
there.
so he was nice enough to come down and talk to us. Told us that he really felt that the town needed to have at least 8 to 10 feet away from the edge of the pavement to really be able to not have any kind of impingement on the road. So that's what we did. You can see right up here and here in the red, that shows you how far the leach field itself is. This would be the finish grade from the slope where it would catch back up. This is probably about 11 feet.
Just gonna keep
So you're gonna make it difficult?
I'm sorry.
So it's about 11 feet from here to the edge of the road. The other thing too is, I didn't realize it, but Ethan had come out and marked off where the water lines are, because there's a water shut off in the middle of the road. So I came in and measured off to where the water lines are. I need to be 25 feet away from the water lines there anyways, so this little dashed blue line shows a 25-foot setback. So, from the water lines, yep, we can't mess around with that state rule, so. This is his own water line right here, which we would have to dig up and then relay in and sleeve it, so there's state regs, so that we can meet with that. So those were some of the suggestions that we had, and we wanted to meet that to the best of our ability. His current system is kind of tucked in over here and is not in great shape, so it just made more sense. Here is already cleared off. He also has concerns too about there seems to be some water runoff. He's kind of like in a hole down here, and he just actually took this house and redid the whole house over the last year, made it really nice. But he has some concerns because he's got water that comes in at him from the road, so he's also looking at, obviously I'm here for the septic, but he also wants to kind of maybe help regrade a little bit, so that way maybe some of the drainage could be redirected, if you look down on this corner of this lot or something like that. But my main thing here is the septic. And here would be the best spot. We were actually really surprised when we did this, because we had Colin Brown come out and run the survey lines. We were shocked to actually see how much this green line here is where the boundary line is, and just to see how much of that area, we thought we were way more up in here, but to see how much that road came in. So, if you have any questions, by all means, please ask.
I can give you the update from, so the highway department did look at the new plans. They said that it's about 17 to 18 feet away. It's a pretty good distance away, and they were happy with that. One of the concerns that we had mentioned previously was the possibility of salt runoff or stuff. So I did reach out to the town's attorney, and there's a sample agreement. Well, she drew up an agreement, and it's called the Hector Lane release. If the town was concerned, we could still do something like that. And that's in under number 6, SB 5.
And if I may, a lot of times I've done stuff with the state and their state right-of-ways, so they have like this standard contract that you just go ahead and sign. At least with the state, we then record it up at the Grafton County Registry of Deeds. I mean, if it was something like that, I believe Paul would be more than willing to sign that agreement, and then, you know, he'd get a copy, at least keep something in the town file, if that's how you guys choose to proceed, you know. But I know that's what I've done with the state a lot, you know, sign off on an agreement, have that language written up.
And so that is in there. If the town wanted to do something like that, we could certainly pursue that. I did talk to Water and Sewer, had them take a look at the new plans. They said that it is still really tight, but they were okay with the new plans. They did mention that they wanted to make sure that he knew that he would have to sleeve the entire service line for water or relocate it. And if they relocated it, they would have to be required to have tapping fees, not tipping. And then they would require an inspection on site. So, but it sounds like they're already going to do that, but that kind of sleeve anyway, so.
Right, to get this approved, well, we're gonna have to dig it up and re-sleeve it anyways. So we can get down to 10 feet from the leach field for a private if it's sealed in, what did I have written on the plan, SDR 35 or greater pipe. So that's per state code.
So that's a good question.
Yeah, John.
Why can't you swing it around to the western side?
To the western?
If you swing it down, like, swing it 45 degrees so that it
You mean
goes
down
along
in
in
this
that
area?
Yeah, I mean, that would solve both the water line and the.
There's a lot of like large trees, there's a lot of like, it would start gutting the rest of the lot. We also do have
You're gonna run into root problems over there.
root problem. Yeah, there'd be a lot of trees, everything.
Yeah,
else.
I know.
He also already had, honestly, when I dug here, Don, he had a 15-inch water table, so I think it would probably also, that whole subdivision is pretty wet.
Oh, yeah.
And so he's already experiencing some wetness issues in his basement.
Okay.
Taking out those roots would probably mean they're
Probably
going to
worse.
cascade, so.
Okay.
I think it would be better here. This has already been disturbed to be a heck of a lot less trees. Most of this has already been cleared out anyways. As I said, we thought it was his yard to begin with until we had Cullen come in there and redo the whole boundary survey for us.
Carol?
And the existing leach field is where, or is there no?
The
is there
existing
no
leach
actual-
field is dumped,
There is.
it's somewhere in here, and he's already having some issues with it. He, as you can see here too, we already showed that he's actually got 2 sump drains going in, so it's too tight in here to try and stuff something back, plus he needs a place to drain. The only place where it drains out is it kind of weeps out back here and then goes through somebody else's backyard and down.
And it's too tight to put everything in there because it's too close to the boundary line? No. why?
It's too close to the boundary line.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the other thing, it's too close to where the sump drains are, and also too, the water table's higher, we'd have to like mount it and it would come smashing into his porch.
Okay, got it. Another question, is there any street drains? Any possible impact to, that close to the street, is there any culverts, is there any drains in the street that this could impact?
No, I did
No.
not see anything when I was there.
Okay.
And obviously, by all means, before signing off, have your own highway department go out and verify.
They did, so the highway, just so you know, the highway department and the water sewer department, when this first came, walked that area. And that's where all of our original concerns came from, so.
Okay, because you know that classic case of something following the dirt line of a pipe. Okay, there's nothing there.
Scott?
I'm good with it.
My,
I'm fine with the changes.
my concern is the precedent we're setting. Yeah, I guess my question would be maybe more or less, and Don, Sean happens to be in the room. We've run into this similar situation in the past few years that you guys can recall.
I
I don't specifically remember running into it the past few years, but I could probably point you out a dozen places where it's already exists.
Already exists.
Yeah.
And also, in my own experience with my own lot, can show you where the road wasn't built inside of the right of way that it was supposed to be.
Sure, yeah, that,
Right. And so, as you mentioned, by rights, that road is encroaching on the boundary of the lot itself, but that's happened over time in a lot of different places.
sure, yeah. Scott?
I do like that, I mean, they're trying to make improvements to their septic in the Lake District, so.
Right.
You can't argue that, that's for sure.
So my next question, Matt, what happens to the old system in Leachfield?
So what we're gonna wind up doing is that it currently, existing systems out here, septic tanks over here, he's gonna redo the plumbing. As you can see, the plumbing is to be rerouted inside. If you go out this way, so it's just gonna be cut off.
Yeah.
So it's either gonna be left there, or he's gonna dig it in, fill it, he can't reconnect into that or anything
Sure.
like that. It's gone.
Okay.
There is a way that we could go in there, open up the existing tank and just fill it full of sand.
Sure.
Because we want to leave infrastructure just lying around.
Yeah.
Anything like that. Because it becomes a hazard. I mean, how many times you read about somebody going through an old steel tank somewhere
Sure.
in upstate New York, and then it's always my nightmare anyways, but.
Is there any issue with I mean, we don't use a lot of salt in town, but
Mhm.
with the snow being piled over onto the leach field, the salt soaking down in and affecting the working of the leach field?
I do not know what
I
that
don't know if
is.
there's any history on that.
I've never heard any of.
So you said you've done some of this there's some issues with the state.
Well, sometimes with the state,
We-
yeah,
something.
we've had, now they only allow us to put fill from a leach field into it, but my dad sometimes, back in the day, they had allowed a leach field to be in the whole state right of way, because particularly like when you're going through Bridgewater and the state bought up all Route 3A in there.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
people now have no pieces of property to put anything.
Yeah, that's true. 3A could be a 4-lane highway.
Yeah,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
There's some people there,
Is
stuff
that
coming right
what
to their
you're
porch.
looking for?
so.
I just didn't know if there's any issue
before.
I don't know
with
of
salt
anything.
affecting
The only thing I can think of, Dawn, is that I have talked to like some well drillers. Like I look at my, sometimes like when you have a water treatment system and you've got the backwash from it,
Oh,
sometimes you can put it into your leach field. It's not, I wouldn't recommend it, but you can in my own. I have to do it because I have nowhere else to go. I'm sitting on a bunch of ledge.
Oh, I saw.
So my
Water
system,
softener.
so the water softener goes in there. And I know the well guys would always tell me, it doesn't hurt it. And they'd actually give me a piece of literature and say,
Okay.
hey, read through it. I'm like,
Okay, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Still extra water.
Exactly. That's,
It's
it's
kills
so,
bacteria, so.
right, but like I said, I've got it in my own septic and
I used
it's
to
been there
do
for
it too.
13 years, yeah. If I could put a drywall off to the side, I would, but I'm on the ledge, so.
So you see no other alternative to keep it within the?
I think this is probably gonna be the best way, just because, like I said, if we start ripping up all the greenery that's on the lot, and then we start exposing the roots, then he's still opening up more water that could go running at his house. He's already kind of down in a hole
Yeah.
as it is. He's been concerned about the amount of water, like he literally had, I was down there earlier this year, and the whole basement was wet.
Yeah, I went out and looked at this, and the whole lot needs to be regraded, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just a wet subdivision,
Yeah.
unfortunately, and it predates all of our regulations.
Exactly.
Everything like that. So the biggest thing is to make the septic system better than what's there. We already have, like I said, we already have issues with the water goes out, it's on that lower right-hand corner. Like I said, it literally goes on the neighbor's land and then works its way down to the lake.
What do you need from us? Oh,
Well, sorry.
This won't have to go to Conservation Commission, there's no wetlands impacting.
Not unless there
Showing
was
here.
anything designated as a wetland, but it
No, nothing
isn't.
looked like it was a wetland.
It's not on a town's records that it
Okay.
is, so.
I know you also talked about Preston as well. I know when I've been to, I know the last time I was to the planning board, they're like, yeah, this is like a one-time thing. We take it as a case-by-case basis. And obviously, coming to you for permission is on a case-by-case basis as well. So.
Yeah, it's getting to be that way. Across Conservation Commission too, for a lot of these. So this may not be related, but I'm interested to know. So you have a septic tank that has a pump chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Is that because of the lack of gravity?
Right. So what it is I found a very high water table
Yeah.
up there, so I need to bring it up, since we are kind of going uphill with it.
Okay.
Systems has to be,
Uphill to begin with, yeah.
system has to be raised.
Yeah.
We're already going uphill. We have nowhere else to go but to pump it. So currently, the current system, like I said, is down on the right-hand side. It's in the ground somewhere down there. I have no idea what's in there. So by doing this, we're gonna be getting a heck of a lot better around the leaks.
And although, again, probably not related to this specific topic, we talked about this at Conservation Commission a little bit. We have no requirements in the town for anyone to maintain that pump. We say, yeah, it's great, put that pump in. Someday it's gonna fail, or will it fail?
So what it is there's an alarm on it, so they will get alerted, and I would like to think anybody that values their property at all would take care of it. Like I said, this house had literally been sitting on this corner for probably a few decades right now.
With a hole in the roof.
With a hole in the roof, he has redone it and definitely put quite a bit of money into it, so I know he's not
Yeah.
gonna let that go.
I understand all that, we ought to all think about that as we go down the road for Conservation Commission. Not leave it alone at that point. Thanks.
In that case, if the pump fails, the backup is gonna be into the house, so rather than having to be hard.
Yeah, right.
Because the house is downhill
Right.
from it, if
Right,
that pump
right,
fails,
right, right.
it's, yeah.
So if the board agrees with the appeal and the new plan, there's two things I probably would need a motion. And then the second part would be, do you want the release, do you want us to do the release also? Which takes the liability.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did Victor address the salt issue a bit? When we talked about salt being an issue, he said he was happy with the distance, and those roads out there get more sand than salt, so he thought the ditch line was gonna be okay the way it was.
But he did say if you wanted to, as an added agreement, it would be up to you as the board. But I think the release talks about if there's any damage from maintenance of the road as well, we wouldn't be responsible or have liability.
I think an agreement would be a safe thing to do.
And has legal reviewed this?
They wrote it for me.
They did, okay.
Yeah.
As long as it's been reviewed by
I
legal.
sent everything to her once we knew they were appealing. So,
Yeah, I'm on board with it as long as it's been reviewed by
Yes.
legal and that the release is signed and agreed
Yeah.
upon.
so it does need to be signed by the board. I didn't print it out because I wasn't sure if we were going, I didn't print it, but we didn't fill anything in. So, we could give them a conditional approval that we would get this going, which would get them going on their side.
I would also need to have, obviously, a signed agreement anyways to give to the state to approve it, because that way they see what's going on, you know.
Yep, yep.
Is that something you could just give you authorization to stamp?
Well, this gets recorded with Grafton County. It needs original signatures. They will.
Can we sign the last page? Page 3?
If you're comfortable with that, yes.
Would you also be having Paul sign it as well?
Well, we have to fill in the rest of it, and then, what this is it's actually,
Actually, the only thing that has to be filled in is the date on page 1, right?
I have to fill in the date on page 1 under number 1,
Number 1, you need to fill out.
and then it doesn't look like I have to do
Oh, yeah.
anything else but have your signatures
It has to
notarized.
be notarized.
Who signs here?
I don't have.
Oh, I would sign, notarize it, and then the board would sign, and I'd have your signatures notarized. So yes, we could do this page if you were comfortable with that, and then just fill in the rest of the dates and get your signatures all set.
I'm okay with it personally, so we don't have to hold them up any longer than necessary.
So what do we need a motion for?
So I guess you would have to repeal your denial
Okay.
from the last meeting and then approve the new plans with a condition of a signed release, so.
Two separate motions?
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
So,
What was the date of the other denials?
August 15th.
August 15th.
Yep.
What number Hector Lane? Oh, 8 Hector Lane, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to rescind?
Repeal.
Repeal the motion of denial for encroachment onto the right-of-way for 8 Hector Lane from the August 15th, 2024 meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Don, second by Scott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And then next. Anyone make a motion? on
Make a
these?
motion to approve the updated plan for the septic system at 8 Hector Lane, which will include some encroachment on the town right of way.
Dated July.
Dated what?
July
There,
2024.
July 2024. Thank you.
Contingent upon the signed agreement and release of liability.
Yep. Contingent upon the signing, the release of liability to the town.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Carol, second by Dawn. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And motion passes. Thank you for coming in, Matt. That was
Thank you very much.
very helpful.
Thank you all very
Good to
much.
see you.
Have a good night.
You want the maps back?
If you guys want to keep them on the file, or I can take them either way.
I can put one of them with the legal file for it, if you're, and then you can take the other one.
Thank you very much. All right, take care, everybody.
Have a good one.
See you, Matt. Have a
Thanks,
good
Matt. Speed limit discussions.
So, we've already, Tim's here tonight, you can get a hot seat, Tim. So, so Chris forgot to email me the other 2 surveys, so you can explain them if you need to, but, so we did have a couple of surveys done with the new speed trailer, radar trailer, sorry, better word. So, and those are in your folders. We did Lakeside Drive, Newchester Mountain Road. I thought Shore Drive was in there. Shore Drive is not in there, but Tim has it, and we also decided to do North Main Street because we've had some concerns there. So 2 of the surveys are there. Tim can update you on the Shore Drive and the North Main Street.
So we've already voted to change the speed limit on Lakeside and Shore Drive.
Yeah.
So here's
Where's
the
the-
problem, read number SB1. Bullet number 2. Well, there was question marks apparently, but it says under RSA, can you, if you read that first, I'll let you read that. It was a discussion at the last meeting, so I did follow, you did ask me to follow up and make sure of the process, and that's what we've run into.
So we hold the public hearing.
So you can't do it below 25 though,
Below 25.
without going to the DOT commissioner. So we can start that process if that's what you want, but
I say we just put the signs up and don't enforce it. I'm dead serious.
but you're saying that.
Is the state gonna come maintain this road for us? Are they gonna plow it? Are they gonna repave it?
But you're saying put them up and don't enforce it, what's the sense of doing the
I'm
signage
saying
then?
because it might encourage people to slow down.
It's not really fair to
Was
the
it-
police to not give them the enforcement.
because people will ask them to do that.
Because they won't have any enforcement mechanism on either of those roads.
Well, when I say don't enforce it, I'm saying you can't write them tickets for 15 miles an hour, but you can certainly pull them over and tell them to slow down. Because there's also traveling with due regard too, which if there's pedestrians in the area, which there constantly are.
Yeah.
So did you, so have you looked at Tim can tell you about the Shore Drive, so I'm sorry it wasn't in the packets, we didn't get it in time. But the Lakeside Road Survey, do you want to touch
Yeah.
base on the results, Tim, so
So-
that they know?
Well, two things. I would like to be able to do a couple more studies on the same road because we only have a small window of time, right? So we're looking at, we're thinking about years worth of complaints, right? Of
Yeah.
people saying these guys are flying down this road and they're excessive speed. And I've only had like 11 days here and 4 days there. It's a real small window of time for me to look at to say, this is the amount of traffic, this is the violators, this is the amount of violators, this is the percentage that they're over. The data we have right now shows that we're talking like less than 1% of vehicles are even in excess of 1 mile an hour or more than the speed limit, which is amazing. That's crazy.
On
North Main
any
Street,
of the-
North Main
on
Street is
any
kind of the
of the
opposite.
roads.
North Main Street, as we all know, everybody thinks it's a highway. And the study shows that there's a lot of people speeding. They're not super high speed, but now on that road, I have vehicles, 20%, 30% that are, in excess 10 miles an hour or more over the speed limit. Where on the other roads, it's almost in existence. It's just not there.
And we picked a busy weekend to do the Lakeside Road.
Yeah, that was a 10 or 11 day window.
Here's what we've already established. We've established that the speed limit there, 25 miles an hour, is too fast on that road because of the pedestrian traffic on that road on a busy weekend.
And I don't disagree with any of the concerns about lowering the speed limit. I would just like to see that we get the speed limit changed and posted legally so that we do have the ability to enforce it.
And we're not.
I think we have the tools to get the study that the DOT commissioner is gonna wanna see, and if we can give them the data, they'll let you do it, is my
So-
understanding.
Right.
We had the discussion, I was on Zoom. Somebody said it, that of course people weren't speeding because the sign was on telling you how fast you were going.
That's, I was gonna say,
And these
So
are
we
also,
need to do this
people
without,
are gonna slow
Yeah.
down.
we
when
need
they
to
see
do
the
this so
sign.
people don't know they're being
We
monitored.
can't, we've checked the machine, we can't.
so you,
Put a
right,
tarp over it. I mean, I hate to be
Look at all those camouflage nets.
Hide in the woods with a radar gun.
but that's a very good point.
Yes.
And another side point that goes along with that is these are also roads that are very difficult for us to enforce speed on because on all of them, if we're sitting there, you see us.
Right.
Same as the
Right.
sign.
Right.
So we can't like jump out of the bushes and go, we got you.
You've
Like,
been
it's
here
not-
for 20 years. When was the last time you ran radar on Shore Drive?
Zero.
And
Yeah, we
and that's my
patrol through and
point,
make
is
arrests.
you're not, go ahead and go through the motions jump through the legal hoops, great, but in the meantime, put the signs up.
Well, the
Yeah, and that's up to you
trouble
guys.
there is you're gonna, for a carriage stop, they need probable cause to pull them over. If they can't enforce the sign that's there, then something can take in court and just get thrown out anyhow, just laugh.
Right, but what I'm saying is, they don't even have the ability to clock somebody on Shore Drive, unless they're sitting at the big catch and there's no cars coming. They don't
Yeah.
even have, it's basically it's a suggestion.
Well, we have,
Just pretend the general public didn't hear that.
can you do radar with the unmarked vehicle? Is that legal?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we do have.
I think
unmarked
one of the two does have.
Don't even need a vehicle.
Don't we have some handheld
handheld.
devices?
So
that
we
we
used to
got?
have one, it doesn't work, we just
How
got
we
a
got
new
new
one.
ones?
We just got a new one, it's LiDAR, it's different, we have to get certified to use it. So we're working on getting the training
So
for
that
that.
if you're not certified,
So once
you
we
can't
have
use it.
that, yes, we will have a handheld, and we could stand in someone's driveway and run radar on those roads. We just don't have it, we can't use it yet.
But the reality is, you're gonna run into the same situation as you do on Lakeside, where you don't have people necessarily exceeding the 25 mile an hour speed limit, but you're gonna have people going too fast in a certain situation.
Right, and that
When
we
there's
can
kids
enforce,
running in and out of
right,
cars.
based on the circumstances.
So,
we can
so
write
what
it.
I'm saying is if you put it up there and it says 15, somebody might say, oh, it's 15, and at least you might slow down 50% of the people, and, cause, I mean, a lot of people in this world think literally, well, the speed limit is 25, so I should be able to do 25, and they're just gonna cruise 25 miles an hour down that road no matter what.
I think it's important to note that on Lakeside, and I looked at one of the other ones, it's the same, I think on the one coming down the hill.
So Fox.
No, Newchester.
Yeah,
Oh,
Newchester.
Newchester Mountain.
The maximum speed somebody was going on Lakeside was 48 one way and 44 another way, which is obviously way too fast.
Right.
I think Newchester had the same thing, right? It had.
Yeah, it had like one or two
Yeah, but
that
it was
was.
was it only one person?
Right, but it only takes,
Yeah.
so should we not, before we do anything, so the lawyer said, hang on, I had it open here.
While you're looking for that one, I know it's only one person, but that one person's still gonna speed no matter what you put up for a sign. You're not going to stop that
Right.
one person from speeding, but
I mean, I don't think our intent, sorry, Carol, you.
Yeah, so the lawyer said the board doesn't have the authority to reduce the speed limit in town. If she's just reading an RSA and she hasn't done any more work to see what case history is, does she know what the case history is? What's the precedence of taking this law to court? Number one, and then she said the statute doesn't give the DOT commission the authority to waive this, at least not that I can see. So why don't we get really good information on that first? Can we absolutely can't do this, or what are the situations where we could do it?
so,
There's almost always a way. There's, like we have various and sundry waivers. Let's find out, is there a way we can do this if we have, and you may know the answer to this already.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that other towns have gone through the process and had speed limits reduced.
Yeah.
If
So-
the process isn't
Go to
that
DOT.
difficult to go through, why wouldn't we just get the process done and do it?
well, that's the thing,
Yeah.
we don't know what the process is. I don't know if it's gonna be a month or
Right
6
now,
months.
we're past the main time of concern.
Right,
I mean, you may have a few
exactly,
more
yeah.
busy weekends, but whatever we gotta do to get these up by, Memorial Day next year, if we don't have this process done, stick the signs up, even if it just discourages people. Because we're not trying to ticket people by putting these signs up.
Right.
We're trying to discourage people from going too fast on those roads.
We don't want to be held to an RSA that said we couldn't put those signs up. I guess that's what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
So,
And then what is,
So Columbus Day would be the weekend left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the next few weeks, really, next month, September, would give me more time and I can move it back around and just have other roads to say, to understand how many vehicles go down Lakeside versus how many go down Bristol Hill, or other comparisons of similar roads.
I mean, it peters off.
So it sounds like-
Having lived on that road, it peters off so
So
far.
we did order the signs, we just did not put them up until we reviewed this with the board.
I would say I would say don't put the signs up until next year.
So,
'Cause it's-
and I can reach out to the DOT to find out what the process is and start that
Yeah,
process, if
yes.
that's what we want to do, and talk to the town's attorney. Chris did recommend Lakeside Road, we should pursue the one-way.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He said, he did want to point out though, the corner, there are cars that park there. It's a private property. I believe that property is just sold or is selling. So I'm not sure if there's an easement for those vehicles to park there, but his concern was if they continue, Sean might know.
Those cars are parked in the town right of way.
Yep.
But I can imagine these owners are not, these owners have already questioned it during the planning board meeting.
Yes, and I met with
Yeah.
them since then
Yeah.
and showed them
Okay,
where
good.
the limit of the right of way is, which we had surveyed.
Okay,
And
remember that?
I drove by and I saw the pins
What, is that
myself.
on
It's
the
main road.
north end of the road?
Yeah.
So the
It's
concern
where it's owned by
was,
association.
yeah, they're from Wycombe, up on Wycombe, Red Fox.
the people who park there are Red Fox.
That's what I said, yeah.
Red Fox Beach.
Yeah.
But none of those parking areas extend outside of the town right of way onto that property.
Right. So the
It should just be
concern is,
two-way for a little bit down the road. Start the one-way,
I don't think you should split a road two-way to one-way.
what are we doing on School Street?
Yeah, I know, and that causes as many problems as it does anywhere else. Well,
Technically,
Tim-
Think
Tim,
about
you-
Spring Street, Spring Street's another good example, it's just one way, just
Yeah.
traffic
Short
flow
drive
is
is
one
the
way,
same way.
it's a short road.
Short drive's one way, right,
Yep.
you can come into the big
to the
catch.
big catch
Yeah,
only.
That's
yeah.
exactly.
It's the same example, it's
Yeah.
the same thing.
So,
But
and the
there's,
turnaround is.
So I know what you're thinking like,
Yeah,
past like where I think it's Hope instead of a.
Because his concern was that it would cause a lot more traffic. Those people that are parking there would now have to go all the way around again when they go back home to get something. And he said there would be increased traffic from that area potentially if you do change it to one-way out.
Well, like what you're saying is you could have like do not enter signs,
Yeah.
one-way signs,
Yeah.
150 feet in or something,
Right, right.
to allow.
Where
that.
they park, so you could cover that, they could still come in and park,
Yeah.
but everything else beyond that would be one-way, or before that, so.
How many cars parked there?
They up to
Dozen.
dozen.
Dozen?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's quite a
so
few.
it's quite a few.
They nose in for a certain way and then they run out of room and they
Yep.
parallel back the rest.
And that the lawyer said we can do that.
Yes, the lawyer did say you could do that, and you just do it with a public, says it doesn't specifically require, but, oh wait, where is that? Never mind.
She
One
said,
way.
that's,
Which
that's,
direction are we gonna make?
oh, that's for the speed limit, the public hearing. The road,
It says the same the way they would adopt a parking regulation for a
Yeah.
town road, so we just have a public meeting to change it and
Right.
notify, it is recommended because it would affect abutting landowners to do
Right.
that, so. Chris also, so that lakeside discussion, we're gonna try to pursue the speed limit, but do you want to pursue we would schedule the hearings and notify abutters, do you want us to go that way on lakeside
For the
for one
one-way?
way?
yeah.
I think the one way on that road.
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
So we'll start that process, and Shore Drive and Lakeside will start that process with the DOT, and they'll do more work while I find out what that process is. The other,
And I'm not trying to be cute or funny, but if there's a way that we can monitor them without people knowing that they're being monitored, that's a more honest study.
Yeah, it doesn't allow us to do it that way. I can look again, but it's a pretty thick manual,
Yeah.
but I didn't see anything that allows us to have like a stealth mode or a silent no display mode.
Tim, as far as North Main is concerned, I'm assuming that's basically an enforcement issue.
Yeah, which we are already doing.
Yeah.
I mean, and there was a few, excessive, like really excessive ones, 50 mile an hour, 55 mile an hour
Yeah.
ones.
I've seen
We
people-
stop and ticket those people on a regular basis. That's not an uncommon occurrence.
Right.
We enforce that. And
Because that's a 30 there now.
Yeah.
20. It used to be.
25 would be absurdly slow through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a 30.
Yeah.
so the
Some
other.
people go 25. Some people do.
Well, yeah, you're right. What, have you followed me?
There's something else?
Yeah, we were talking about, thinking that put a speed limit sign, a lower speed limit sign is gonna slow people down. The people that are gonna speed are still gonna speed.
Right.
What about other methods of slowing people down on the road?
Oh, yeah, we discussed the speed bump and that was.
No.
It's
I
hard
know,
to plow.
I know speed bumps
Yeah.
are hard for plowing and stuff like that. They have other ones with like humps and more conducive to plowing, or dips even. Purpose dips to make people bottom their car out, they're gonna slow down.
They do their removable ones like the school, but I don't know what the cost is for that.
There's
Now, maybe we should consider that when we decide to, when it comes up for repaving.
from a maintenance perspective, and even like, especially putting in like permanent dips or humps or something,
Yeah.
that is gonna be a nightmare from a maintenance perspective.
I've seen main roads that do that, main neighborhoods
Yeah.
that have,
They put a
that have that.
I know like South
They-
Down Shores has it over in Laconia, and
Yeah.
Concord has
I think.
Pennsylvania, they use them a lot.
South Street.
I'm afraid that
If they're, if.
the highway superintendent would have a stroke if we.
I mean, we can look into what the cost would be, at least you'll have that as we're doing this whole process, but.
Yeah.
Newchester Mountain Road, there was a recommendation from Chris and Tim to consider a no outlet sign, and they think that one of the people that have been concerned about that road would appreciate that.
Because people drive up there thinking they can, the
Yeah,
GPS tells them they can go somewhere.
you actually had the conversation.
Yeah, when I
Tim,
was
so-
speaking with him, he even just said that if he could just get, the do not enter, which
Yeah.
I think the new term is the no outlet is,
Yeah.
No
Technically
dead end.
correct, yeah, no dead end.
Dead end.
Just to let people know that there's no turnaround up there.
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't go to Franklin or other, other location.
No toll road through there.
Are you,
Yeah.
so at least if we did that for now,
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, and I think there's even a sign a short distance up that need to be mounted to, the existing one or something.
Okay.
I think that covers it.
Anything else, Tim, while you're?
Do you want me to leave this other shore drive one?
Yeah,
Can I
well,
take it, and do you have the North Main Street one, because I don't have that one either.
I do.
And I'll put it in this whole file.
So this one I have was the shorter of the two, it was only 3 days.
Or I can just have, Chris email me that one.
Yeah.
You want me to send an email on both? Okay.
You can say one.
Perfect.
Those are in color.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim, I appreciate it.
Let's go.
What? Okay. The water.
Oh,
Sorry.
there you are, okay. Unless anybody has any objections, I'd like to move Ben up.
Oh,
Or were you here for waiting for something?
No, I just wanted to get something to Christine after the meeting.
Okay, great.
you could, actually, you could move Ben up since he's here, if he's a, I was trying to think, you wanted to talk about something else too on the agenda with me. So if you move him up, he still has to stay for something on the agenda.
With the eval and pay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's
And
fine, we
then-
can do that first then.
I don't think you had anything on the other stuff, right, Ben?
Yeah, I just didn't want to drag him through all that if he didn't have.
Thanks for all your age.
You got it, buddy.
Sometimes.
You may change your mind after I'm done talking.
So actually, if you look under procedure, so in the, I think it was the August 15th meeting, we had a discussion about your thoughts with where we should go with some of how we do the evals and the procedures for the evals and the annual pay increases. So we pulled out, I went and met with the department heads and we pulled the procedure out. You can see we changed it quite a bit. And we think we might have one more thing to add, but we can touch base on the changes for you. And that is 14 SB1. Do you want a copy? Or you have it then? So the first parts of it, the employee evaluation procedure, there's really not a lot of changes in that first part. Those are things that we're already doing. We allow the department heads to come up with the middle pages of their evaluation form, which is under Appendix A. But we require that they follow the same type of scoring. So yeah, they have to put in the cover page and the last two pages that are under Appendix A. So really nothing changed there, we just cleaned some formatting up. When we met under the next section, which is annual evaluations to be conducted and submitted, I changed the date to February, talked to the February 1st, which would give us plenty of time to get the evaluations issued, all of the documentation in, so we are ready to go once town meeting is done. So the department heads agreed to that, and then we added that we would also, when the evaluations are completed, do the PAF forms immediately, so that we can, everything's ready to go and we're not trying to race against time to get them put in. The other part was what you suggested, which you have to roll down a little because of the way the editing goes. So the procedure for awarding, or procedure for the annual pay increases. The main changes were under the awarding of the annual pay increases, and that was where we talked about, the way this was set up was really a merit increase, it really, and not step increases as we've talked about. So your recommendation had at the time to break them down into, to eliminate that high performer gets it a couple months early versus the really good employee gets it a couple months late. And so we talked about it as a group and we agreed. and we changed it to be that anybody who scores the overall level of performance of 5 or higher will receive their step increase effective the first full payroll of April. Anybody who's under the 5 still has to follow the performance improvement plan. While I was reviewing it, we realized that there really wasn't a lot of information about what the performance improvement plan will be. So I added a paragraph about what a performance improvement plan was, and I created a form in Appendix B that the department heads could use. They could use their own, but they had to at least have those 3 things that are in the bullets. They had to have expectations of the position, the areas of the concern, and the improvement goals to include a timeline for addressing those the goals. So they could use the form that was created at minimum. Oh, I have to change the words. We changed something here, didn't we? They could use the form that's created, but the thought was when we met as a group was the form is good, but if they want to use something different, we should have a summary page they have to use, kind of like we do with the evaluations. So in that appendix, I did create, and I can share the edits on the screen, sorry.
Where's the appendix you keep talking about?
So if you roll all the way.
At the end, it's at the end, okay.
Yeah. And I'll pull it up,
Scroll
sorry.
far enough. Oh, yeah, okay, I got it.
So we decided that we would require, and I have to change the wording there, so I just realized, we would require like the evaluations, I'll go to the appendix and show you. So the evaluations, they have to have this page. What they put in the middle, as long as it follows the scoring, is fine, but they have to have the summary, and then they have to have the signature page. Then you go to the personal improvement plan. They may not want to use part A, which is the plan timelines, as long as it has what we want in those bullets
Yep.
spelled out, we were okay with that.
Yep.
But we wanted a summary, so I threw these together quickly. We wanted a summary that would be required, kind of like the evaluations. They would have to use this one and submit it, whether this person met it or not.
Okay.
So that's the appendix B.
So they don't get an increase until they've done this performance improvement plan?
Correct.
So they've
So-
hit the goals on that.
Right, so I do have to add to that paragraph, I'll have to add that they have to follow the summary page. I'll add that in. Summary, person, PIP.
A little slower, the summary page.
The summary page is part 2 under
Yeah.
appendix B. That we would require they had to do, so.
That the employee has to do?
No, the department head has to submit. So you're on, which one?
I'm looking at the summary.
So Carol, this one
You-
here,
you-
Appendix A is your employee evaluation.
Yeah,
That page has to be there.
has to be where?
And when they do the eval, they have to use that first page.
Okay, got that.
Whatever they want to put in the middle is up to them.
Yeah, okay.
Then part 2, where it says summary of review and
Yep,
goals, that's
yep.
still your evaluation. So
Yep.
they're required to submit that form,
Got it.
and then they're required to submit the signature page.
Well, that makes sense, but I don't understand what you said before this.
Okay, going down one more. Appendix B is
Yeah.
your performance improvement plan.
Yep,
We've given them a tool to use if they want, or they
Yeah.
can use their own as long as it spells out the things we need.
yep,
When you roll down a little bit further, part 2, they have to use the summary to submit something to us saying that either the person hasn't met their goals yet, it's extended, or they've met their goals and they're recommending that
Yeah,
they get their increase.
they don't have to use that first summary sheet, they're just doing what's in part 2. here.
Correct.
Got it, 10-4, I got it. Thank you.
So, and so going back to the edits, I was trying to rush us because Rob wants to be out of here. Sorry.
Football, TikTok.
So I'll fix that wording about the summary page, but the way that, So we added the wording in red, and the way this was written, that upon successful completion of the improvement plan, the department head may recommend the employee receive their step increase. It would be effective the first full payroll of the next month, though. We wanted to make sure that was clear. And we also wanted to make sure it was clear that they would not, that their step increase wouldn't be retroactive back to April. If they get approved to go forward in December, that's when it becomes effective. They don't go back to April
No.
like everybody else. So we put that wording in. I asked Ben, because there's always some confusion. In the next part, we talked about the steps of the employee increases. Whoops, oh yeah. So I asked Ben, because Ben's been doing the wage scale since day one, pretty much. So I asked him to come up with some wording. I tweaked it just a little bit.
Can I back you up a tad?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I had to find what you were talking fast, I had to find it. So on the bottom of that page, upon successful completion of the improvement plan, the department head may recommend the employee receive their step. Shouldn't that be automatic if they've completed the plan?
So I didn't change that. That was what was in there before, but if we wanted it to be an automatic, the department head would, well, and my wording needs to be, they need to submit the summary, part 2 summary. We can make it automatic in the next month, but if that's what the board
Well, it
wants.
seems like it has to follow. It has to follow.
I'm not
Right,
sure.
and
If you
that-
do this, you gotta do
You
it.
might as well call it a merit increase if you're gonna leave the word may in there.
Ben, do you remember why it was like that before? I don't know.
I don't necessarily know. I mean,
It should be, you didn't perform, you gotta do an improvement plan, you should get what you didn't get.
And at their discretion?
Yeah, I don't know
And they're
whether.
already being penalized because
Right, they've lost a certain amount of
they've
time.
lost an amount of time,
Right.
paid for an amount of time.
So we can take out and say upon successful completion of the PIP, the department head must submit part 2 summary.
Yeah,
I'll fix the wording.
Yeah.
And the employee will.
And the employee will receive their step increase.
right, because you get the checkbox on your part 2 summary that says, well, little checkbox at the very bottom that says, hang on, I'm getting there. Employee has completed all goals and is recommended to receive the step increase in position effective the first payroll of.
Yeah.
Would there be a reason you wouldn't?
Only
As
if they-
department heads, why wouldn't you approve or recommend it?
If they haven't fully met their goals, but that means you either extended it or there's a bigger problem.
Right. So if you check that box, that's an automatic.
Yes, so, but I'll fix the wording there.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
no, thank you. So under the step 12 employment pay increases, we felt there should be an explanation of how the wage scale works when someone reaches
Yeah.
step 12. Because there's been a lot of confusion about that, and we wanted to make sure it was spelled out, and if the board agrees, this is what we would follow with people. So when they reach step 12 of the whole wage scale, then they would roll to the next grade, and it would they would either roll into like 10, the way that the wage scale is designed. So step 12 on grade 10, for example, would be able to roll to grade 11, and it would most likely be either step 10 or 11, whichever is going to give them an increase though. You want to explain that better than me?
no, that generally covers it. There was similar language to this in a version of this that, whether it was adopted or not, who knows, right? There was a lot during that time frame that kept getting bandied about. And the big one and the big push that I made, and most of the department heads agreed with, was that that's fine. There's times where just because of one reason or another, you've got to bring an employee in that fits the hole that you have, and you've got to put them at step 11 or 12 or whatever. It's a 15, 20-year employee in a position like that with another town. The only way you're going to attract and fill that hole is by hiring that person that way. The idea would be is that, well, that's still the max, right? The way the scale has been built is we've looked at the financial situation of Bristol. We've looked at our cohort towns and those positions and said, this is what this position is worth. It's great that you have all this experience, but once you get to 12, you're maxed, you know? You get a COLA adjustment if there's a COLA adjustment, if there's some big scale adjustment, you get that. But otherwise, in a year where there's not a COLA, you're just making the same amount of money. That's how much the position can be, you know, how much the town of Bristol can afford to pay a laborer, a police officer, or a fireman, whatever. What this does is effectively, and really the way we've done our scale, it's the best way to do it cleanly, is it creates a longevity pay system.
Yeah.
Right? So it's weird because it's not 5% between each labor grade, it's just market analysis that created those gaps. And so that's why it has to be step 10 or 11. Mostly it's you move to step 10, you'd still be eligible for 2 more steps at that point. And now you're maxed, regardless of kind of how long. Initially, in the first iteration, again, whether or not it was adopted, it was 6 years. And it was just based on, that was the first escalator for vacation time. That was kind of the tenure, to put it in the teacher world. You've kind of hit this point where you could hit longevity, so to speak. So it got moved back to 5 because that's now the first escalator for vacation time. So, you know, if my open firefighter position, I had to pay at step 12, well, for the next 5 years, that's how much money they'd make, short of COLA adjustments. And at that point, if they're still with us, then I would say, okay, they move from grade 11 to 12, step 10, they get a small adjustment and they're eligible for a few more in consecutive years. So it makes a lot of sense, and really it provides you that when we did the analysis and we built the grades based on the averages, it starts to put you where it keeps you in line down the board with kind of where the top end of those ones, right? So obviously if a town paid $60,000 a year to that position as the top end, maybe grade step 12 is $55,000. But you had a few towns that paid 59 and 60, and that next one is 58,000, and it keeps you close. So it's really built to do it that way. And it's, from a longevity standpoint, to go to a true longevity system where you say 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever, it's $500 a year. Really all that is saying, okay, now somebody's gonna figure out they're on step 3 of this labor grade, and we've got to add a quarter to that. And now it's super confusing as to why that person's making $14.63 instead of $14.48. This is a better way to do it.
Is this continuous as the way I read it? That you go up to grade, step 10 or 11 provides an increase in pay regardless of the size. In successive years, those employees will again be eligible for step increases until they reach step 12, as noted above. So that just could keep on happening as long as they stay. It's not just once.
Every 5 years, so the way this is written.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought that meant as long as you've been employed for 5 years, this policy can, period.
Yeah,
can be
that may not be written
It might not
perfectly.
be, right.
The intent is that you max out at step 12 of one labor grade above what you're listed at. Which we currently have probably 2 employees that fall into that throughout.
You can read it the other way, as long as we understand what it is.
We should fix that wording, but we'll fix that and bring it back to you.
For future conversation, I know that they changed it at the state in the middle of when I was working there. They went, you maxed out, but then they said you can get a step increase after 3 more years and after 5 more years after that. So they had like, you didn't get it every year, but because of longevity, you did get some. Oh, we got longevity pay too, I forgot.
We don't
You
do
got
that right now.
a stipend, a check at Christmas time, if you've been there so many years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, just a straight check.
That's a really terrible idea for non-exempt employee positions that routinely get overtime.
Yeah.
Is to follow the labor laws, all of a sudden that comes with another big check when you recalculate regular rate for the year.
Okay.
All right, so one of the other bigger changes is the maintenance of the wage scale. So in the last meeting, we talked about what this had previously was that the finance officer would review the CPI and provide your recommendation based on the CPI only. in the discussion with the department heads, the thought, it was believed that at minimum, the wage scale should be adjusted every year by 1% COLA with the approval of the select board. Because if we didn't do a wage scale, if we didn't update the wage scale every year by something, then the wage scale starts to fall behind again. And Ben can certainly explain it a little bit better than that. But that was what we changed it to. We did put we left some of the CPI in there because you do want to know if the CPI doesn't go up or it decreases, there won't obviously be any change to the wage scale. But if the CPI went up 8%, well, you may want to adjust the wage scale more than that. It's up to the board, but the recommendation would be at minimum if the board approved a 1% adjustment to the wage scale. Anything to add?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you're good.
Anybody
Something
have an
happened
issue
at
with
the
that?
soccer game that I really needed to follow up on.
I did initially, but now that I read it again and understand what the approval of the board meant. Or initially I read that it's just automatically going to go up 1%.
I added the words approval of the board.
Yeah, and I would
Sean.
have been firmly against an automatic increase.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, and I understand that, right? But if we're not actively monitoring it on a yearly basis and making some attempt to try to hit a COLA adjustment,
yeah.
then my big fear is, and I've got 5 or 6 years until I retire, I do not want to go through another process like we went through
Yeah.
last year.
Oh, no.
Worst case scenario, I want to see us sitting here in 5 years and going, hey, because we did such a great job, we're a little behind, we've got to do a 3% adjustment and not a 10, 13, whatever percent
Yeah.
adjustment.
No, don't get me wrong, I'm all
Yeah.
for maintaining it, that's absolutely, I just don't want an automatic.
Yeah.
That can't be. But putting in guidelines like this for future boards to follow, so that it does at least try to get them to maintain it as well, I'm good with that.
so based upon, before I move on, while we're on the wage scale maintenance, I don't think I explained that well enough when we talked about the CPI on August 15th. So we were coming back to the board to make sure, just to make sure what the recommendation is to move forward. The way the previous policy was is that the finance officer would tell you what the CPI is and make a recommendation of what the wage scale should be adjusted by, which at that meeting was 2.9%. So the board chose not to do a wage scale adjustment, and we wanted to double check, because in order to keep the maintenance of the wage scale, the recommendation is to at minimum do 1%. I want to make sure that the board is still staying with that or not. Bringing it back to you to ask you that. You did approve a step increase, which would be approximately 3%, going from one step to the other based on their evaluation. So, but do you want to maintain the scale at all for 2025 or not?
I think we should start it next year.
You've been, I don't know if you had anything to add. Did I miss anything in that conversation?
No, I mean, again, I reiterate, we're gonna fall behind, guaranteed. I think in the towns that we use for comparables, we're seeing across the board that they're trying to do the same thing and not get behind and look at a 1 or 2% adjustment. So,
So,
that's just what I've seen in the latest kind of threads around what's everybody doing around wages this year. Now that everybody's kind of caught up, how is everybody staying caught up?
it's up to the board, but if there is no adjustment, I can go back to the department heads and we'll move forward with the wage scale as it is. But if there is an adjustment, it would just adjust the whole wage scale by 1%. So.
I think the voters were very good to us, to the employees. We asked for a lot this year and we got pretty much no pushback on it. Because people understand what the world is, but we have to understand that sometimes that we have to be paying attention. What 1% is. I don't know.
Do we have a figure?
I don't know.
How much that would raise?
for,
That's my only hesitation, Carol, is the perception of the vote.
Yeah.
So we have to bring the policy back to you. We can certainly try to get a calculation of what the 1% impact would be. And the 3%. So that, the 3%, which is the step, that's gonna be the highest impact. Not everybody will get that step potentially. Some people might leave, some people might have you on a personal improvement plan, so that could happen. So we can give you the highest impact for both if you want for the next meeting, or for during budget. Because we could do that during budget, and that way, because we have to come up with, no, I can't do it, because I have to turn in the budget to you on the 20th. So I'll bring it.
What's the rough percentage with step increases?
Step increases is 3%,
Right.
so
So,
from
we're
one
looking at
step to the
3%
other.
from the
Right.
get-go. So I don't think, I mean, I get what you're saying, Ben,
Mm-hmm.
as far as falling behind, but I feel like we're saying we want to do it, we're just not, we're just delaying it a year.
so if we skipped it this year, then maybe next year we'll do a 2%.
Well, we could have whoever's on the board, we can have that discussion, whether you want to make
Yeah.
1% from this year up, or just do 1% next year, however you want to do it.
So this maintenance 1% is outside of any COLA or anything else we talk about?
It is technically a COLA.
Basically.
You're not
It's-
giving COLA this
It's
year.
the minimum COLA
Right.
that is recommended.
So all they're getting is their step increase
Yeah.
this year, as long as they go through the,
Evaluation.
I don't know if Carol was here for that conversation.
I had to, if you remember, I couldn't catch everything.
So the board that was here did say only a step increase, no COLA. No COLA. So that step increase is 3%. So,
so the question is whether we want to add the 1% and make it 4%.
or hold it till next year and then
I think
reconsider.
before I make my personal decision on this, I'd like to see the overall percentage increase on the operating budget, with and without it.
Well, because you could, sorry, I'll try to put the cookie in. You could, we can submit it based on just a step increase, because we're putting all the increases back in the lines. So we could submit the budget based on just a step increase, and then Sean forgot his cup again. Never.
Forgot what?
His brother will take it.
So, and during budget, you have the ability, if you decide to, and say the increases are where, the overall budget increases where you'd like it to be, you have the ability to adjust those lines during your process. So you could do it during that time frame.
But in essence, what we've got here is an automatic step increase. It's not longevity technically, it is performance-based, but still, it's in essence, most people are gonna be performing at the par, and it's gonna be an automatic 3%
Yeah.
step
If
increase
you approve it.
annually,
If you approve it. It's not automatic unless you approve.
unless we approve what? this
You have to
document.
approve,
Unless you approve the 1%.
you have to approve the increase.
Yeah,
Did I
No,
missed
no,
it?
no, if we go with this document, it says you get a step increase if you perform properly.
If your board has to approve whether you do it or not, though. I might need to fix the words on that.
Well, do we have to approve the policy, this document? But we don't have to approve that step increase for every year, right? This document is saying if you perform, you get a step increase. Am I reading it wrong?
No, that's what it's saying, but ultimately, the board can make the decision. I always liken it to the conversation that used to happen at school board, right? These are school board policies, and school board can choose not to follow their policy, right? But, so, the truth is, at the end of the day, if revenues don't look good, or taxes are bad, or some things happening in town that you're saying, hey, we're in a pretty bad financial spot, we could be sitting here September in the future saying, we can't do step increases this year, regardless of what happens.
Yes.
But
It
we're-
should
I mean,
probably
could be the
be-
1%.
I probably should make
It
sure
just
that
sets
that
a
is added
standard,
for you,
really, to-
that wording.
Yeah, the other thing we could do is move ahead with the 1%.
Board approval.
And then, with the, the possibility that it could get cut down the road in the budget process.
Cookie cups.
Yeah, it's super easy to throw those numbers together.
Yeah, I can bring,
Yeah.
we can do it for the next.
You can give me the 1% number, and I can tell you what the 3% number is.
So do we need to take action on, do we need to vote on?
Oh, no, so, no, but I have to make some changes, you'll have to do it at the next meeting.
Right,
now.
okay, that's what I figured.
I hoped, and then catching the errors will fix that, but, the only thing, the last section we didn't change was that, see, here's the wording that we need to put in the steps, so it does say, should the board not adopt the CPI adjustments to scale, so I have to make sure I put some wording in, but, so the last part says, every 5 years that a town administrator will assemble a committee of department heads or representatives to review the wage scale.
Yes.
So it just puts it back that we are gonna go out and review it every 5 years and make sure that it is still staying where it needs to, so. But I can make the changes you guys have suggested, come up with some numbers and bring it back to your meeting.
So, not to flog a dead horse, I'm sorry, apparently I'm tired.
And there's a lot more.
I know. So maintenance of the wage scale, that word means making sure it's staying sort of in line with the wages in the area, so we don't fall behind so far. Am I translating that?
Correct.
That's a simple, that's what maintenance means?
Yep. And that's what we would do every 5 years. We would do a full review.
Do a full benchmark on
Full
And right
committee
now,
benchmark.
1% is not even close to being where it needs to be.
it. Yeah, that's, I
I mean,
guess I have a problem with the whole first paragraph even being worth anything in there.
so I think the department heads thought at least if there was a minimum 1% recommended adjustment every year, that we wouldn't fall as far behind. But basing it just on the CPI, like, the CPI over the past, 4 or 5 years has been, was it last year, it was 8%? In the year, 3% this year, so every year we don't adjust it by that amount, that's an awful big
Yep.
pill to swallow when it's that, so that's why we thought the 1% was a good minimum at least. But there has been a year you've only given a step increase and a 1% COLA. How many years, we did that, how many years, 2 or 1?
No, we did it 2 years ago. We did only COLAs for 2 years, and we did only steps for the 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
before that.
Yeah.
So this year obviously
That's what
was a
made this last
huge
2 years so.
catch up, and that's why it was 10% roughly, but.
I don't have a problem with putting 1% in there.
And it's only if you approve it still,
Right.
but at
Yeah.
least, and we can tell you what those numbers will
I
be.
mean, 2015 was the last time that the CPI was below 1.
Yeah,
Before that, it was 2009,
so,
and before that, it was,
Pretty much recessions.
Right.
1955, so,
Recessions.
yeah.
I think, and maybe it will give us a little bit of give employees a little more reason to stay. They think that at least.
Oh,
so I don't
sorry.
I don't have a problem with that.
there is one more thing Ben and I talked about, I forgot that we need to add to this, so I just want to run it by you. I found my notes and it said that we were talking about the probationary period, and in it, when the board talked about it this last time, we talked about they should be on 1 grade when they start and then move to another after the probationary period. Ben and I were kind of talking about it today, and I think that would be too confusing to do, but we did agree, I have to find my note. We did think it would be nice to recommend to the board, consider 2 things. You could either consider a oh no, that's sick time, never mind. When we talked about it, we talked about, I don't know.
So
the note.
historically,
Thank you.
I have never, and previous boards have shared this idea that if
That's right there.
if you have a an employee that's during their probationary period, they should not receive their step increase. They're under probation, they got hired under a rate. We have a new fire department employee starting next week. In April of next year, regardless of how well they're doing in that probationary period, he should not be eligible for his step increase. I look at it personally and say, this is kind of an admission that your probationary period's going well, and it may in fact not be. Now, it may be from a performance standpoint, but the idea behind a probationary period is to say, this year has elapsed, you have performed to the level that we expect of a new employee, and now, that would be, even though it wouldn't be a performance improvement plan, September, October, whatever of next year, because that he'd be then out of probation, I would then come and say, he's eligible for his step increase. The only caveat to that is, there's two caveats to that, and that is, if there's a COLA adjustment, that employee should get the COLA adjustment, which we've done historically, and it makes sense, you're bringing it up to market rate. If it's 1%, right, it's 22 cents or something an hour, it's not a big adjustment, it's not an admission of this great performance. The other side is, especially like for us now, and this will be the second employee in a row that we've had to hire as an EMT only with a requirement of during that probationary period they obtain their AEMT. What we did when we adjusted everything post last town meeting is that employee that's currently there didn't start on 11/1, they started on 10/1, which is in the wage scale as a full-time firefighter EMT. Full-time firefighter EMT can only really work for the town for about a year because they've got to get that certification. That certification would be a change in job description, and so therefore you would be eligible for that. But any sort of steps, it just doesn't make sense because you haven't been here a year. You know, you could theoretically hire somebody in January and say, whoa, now you get your step. That doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, the idea is it's rewarding the last year's performance.
So
COLA makes sense. It's just like Ethan with his
yeah, the
water
certifications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
So
you bump
we were
them.
gonna add that wording in,
Yeah.
something that just said no step increase while on probationary period, but once they've completed it within the year, then they can be bumped up at that time. Or if they receive certifications or COLA, we'll update the wording, but if you're okay with that, we'll add that in there.
Okay, moving on. We're gonna be here till like 11 o'clock.
Oh,
We can meet
So-
next week.
Central Square.
Cut this in half, meet next week.
next week is budget. No, not next week, not as budget, you don't meet, never mind. You don't meet next week.
I'm saying we could cut this short and have a meeting next week if you want.
I have
Well, we could just turn the football game on the TV.
You could.
Or we could just move on.
Or we could get moving on and
That's what I'm
start
talking
talking
about.
about it.
Central Square, it's in, so Ben did submit something in your folders under, I think it's number 15.
The
The
memo?
memo, there's a memo and the new letter, so Ben just wanted to give you a quick update.
Yeah, the real highlights are, there's nothing changed really. I did meet an inspector from the fire marshal's office, came in an advisory capacity, had already been working with them, at least making sure that I was staying on track with, you know, legal requirements and making sure that things were going well. He met with me, reviewed all the material so far to date on the project, some of the past material from previous instances. We went out to the site, he agreed, which was kind of a big reason why I wanted him out on the site, right? Certainly myself and Aaron, as he's assisted me, the deputy, has, you're right, we look at it and say there's a problem. Let's somebody else that's doing this, not really more often, but has seen other cases, sit there, jar agape, and agree that this is a significant problem with this building. So we contacted the structural engineer that the property owner has retained. The only communication post the last notice to repair was very, yep, still not a big deal, but we're working on some things. The structural engineer was very adamant that is a very big concern with that building. His only kind of difference from the things that I laid out to be addressed, which certainly makes sense, right? If you fix your roof but your foundation's terrible, it's probably still gonna fall down. So his recommendation will be a phased approach of, it starts with the foundation issues, and then it works up through the other problems that are identified. It's gonna take a while, that's fine. His hangup is the architect. He believes, based on, the architect doing the drawings is gonna be a little less expensive than him doing the drawings. He needs those drawings to then build a set of plans to say this is what we're gonna do. So he got a correction, the property owner received a correction notice that covered all of that. I had attached it, I don't have it sitting in front of me, but effectively saying you've passed the deadline to send me this analysis and the recommendations. Here's what we've been told we're waiting on. You now have until the end of the initial 60-day period, September 23rd, to respond with those drawings and the recommendations. I have not heard anything since that communication went out. So we'll see what happens on the 23rd, and I'll be back here at the beginning of October to either say we have plans and we're still moving forward, or whatever the next steps may be. So that's really it.
Ambulance 1.
So ambulance 1, we're getting near that time where the replacement ambulance that was ordered in 22 or 21, whatever year it was, will be here approximately March of next year, so 7 months from now. We've had internal discussions. I know Rob and I have had discussions that it is probably, and I'm not saying Rob totally agrees with this, we've just had discussions about it.
Probably going to agree, but just
we are at a point where we need to move to having a third ambulance. The real big reasons are, at the end of the day, the call volumes increase significantly. We are still, if you pull back 3 years of data, we're still averaging in the mid 100s, 150 to 160, which is an elevation for second or third calls, or additional calls that ambulance would go on. But we're roughly, I think it was like 130 second calls into this year. So once again, we're gonna push the 200 number. That's a lot. That now gets to 2 out of every 3 days you have a second call. The problem becomes is it's not as easy to send the ambulance really close, and those jobs that used to be, hey, have somebody hang out with it, and 2 or 3 hours later it's coming back, it's an all day that it's out of service. A bigger project, some front end work, oh, we didn't get the right tires, and now it's 2 or 3 days that ambulance is out. And then when you have issues like we have some, when the truck got hit out on 104, we still haven't addressed that. And 1, it's because you can't find anybody to do body work, but 2, we can't be out of that ambulance for multiple weeks. Years past, it was a little bit easier, not just because of call volume, and not saying bad about anything about other departments, but our mutual aid partners just aren't in the same position that they were 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. New Hampton's severely short-staffed. Bridgewater basically runs with the same 3 people running all of their calls when they're available. And the truth is, we're getting to that point where we need to start evaluating our true backup mutual aid ambulance, especially in those long-term outage periods. As a Franklin or a Plymouth or potentially an Ashland during the daytime, that's a significant amount of time to get that ambulance down into our response area. So that's where it starts. The other part of it is we don't do a lot of detailed coverage, non-emergency event coverage. A number of years ago, we went away from providing an ambulance for football games. Part of it was staffing, and part of it was we were getting busier, and to sit an ambulance at a football game for 3 hours means that ambulance can't respond to second calls. There was an event a couple years ago at a football game, a fairly decent traumatic event, that kind of led the school back down the path of we really need an ambulance. I worked with them. They found a private EMS company to come in and provide that service for them at a reasonable cost. Just like everybody's labor issues, that company's no longer able to do it. It started toward the end of last year. They couldn't get for a few games. We filled in as we could. And we've gone back to this year, we've been requested to cover that. We've had communication, hey, we're still in a similar boat. I may need to cover this with extra people so that I can still keep the ambulance available, whatever. We'll get through this year. But in future years, you have a third ambulance, you can pull in a detail crew and say, take that ambulance, go over, and we still have 2 ambulances in service for our emergency functions.
You're making a little bit of revenue for the town.
And you're making revenue for a ton. The other big thing, and there's some intricacies that'll make it difficult to do it with A1. There's options that need to be kind of discussed in the firehouse, but for every time we buy an ambulance, it comes up. Whether it comes up here, town meetings, or in the fire station, why can't we remount? Most every ambulance service that's out there, big municipalities or bigger private services, buy a brand new ambulance, and their intention is they're gonna remount that truck 1 or 2 times in its lifetime. We can't remount because it's a 6 to 8 month process that now we don't have a second ambulance. We have a third ambulance, we can then consider remounting. It's not always gonna be the best option, but when it is, the only way we can take advantage of it is to say, yep, a couple of years from now, A2's up for remounting. We're basically gonna have the box gone through, the lighting updated, fresh paint, and put a new chassis under it for whatever percentage of the cost of a new one, saving money there. That truck's gone for 6 months down to Missouri or wherever the heck Osage is at this point. Now I've only got 1 ambulance versus keeping this ambulance in service. That ambulance could go back into second line. We would time it out with, right, we can still cover these details. So February it disappears to go to Missouri. It's back by, August or this time, and we're back to 3 ambulances in service. I'm trying to get numbers. Osage has been pretty good about getting on top of that. I'm kind of hoping as we get more into the budget season that I have better numbers for that, at least to compare, right? And so that we know if that's part of the equation, is it a big savings? If it's 5%, maybe that's not worth remounting. If it's 30% on, the next ambulance is likely gonna be pushing $500,000. That's just the truth of it. So kind of getting that out there. There's certainly still more time to kind of talk about it procedurally, but as we get into now, we're about 2 weeks away from my budget being due. I need to know, as I work through the tail end of this budget season, there's some items that have to be purchased. You can't just have a reserve ambulance. You can't just have an unstocked ambulance sitting in the apparatus bay that you move pieces of equipment around to. That's not the way the licensing works in the state of New Hampshire. So to put a paramedic license on it, we've got to put a monitor defib on it. We can get one refurbished at $16,000, $17,000. We just bought radios, but we didn't buy radios for theoretical third ambulance, so there's a couple $1,000s worth of radios, and then it's like $3,500 worth of loose equipment. Then there's looking at the thing definitely needs its cab corners addressed. There's some front end work that needs to be addressed. There's probably some tires that we, obviously if we're not keeping it, we wouldn't put those tires on it. So there's roughly, say over the next 18 months to 2 years, $10,000 worth of work that needs to be done to it mechanically, which I would have to figure into at least a portion of it into next year's budget. And then those equipment items, which is roughly 27,000, give or take, all told. Some of it we can probably accomplish out of this year's budget, and then we'd look to move forward with money out of next year's budget. So I kind of need that guidance of this sounds like a good idea. Let's see further what it looks like. And I say it's a big one because there's 2 big items coming out of this year's budget that theoretically it's like $40,000 I can strip from last year's budget. The biggest item being the radio payments was the last one was this year. I can still say, take a lot of that money out, but there's probably 20,000 of it that I can't. If we're gonna move forward with this, get the thing stocked up. Some of that maintenance stuff can be pushed off because it's not gonna see a lot of service, but there's budgetary implications. It's not a lot of money, $37,000 maybe over the next 2 years to keep a third ambulance in place, versus one going to staying at only two, or two looking, and there's options, and Rob just throwing stuff at me, and we've bandied back and forth about, oh, here's this used ambulance we could buy for, cheaper money. It's still more expensive than that, so. I think for now, we have the ambulance, it runs well, the box is in good shape, a little bit of maintenance and work into it, and we'd be able to maintain a third ambulance for not a lot of cost to the town.
Couple things that I would add to that. It has little to no trading value.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with it?
Right, exactly, so you're talking $8,000 maybe?
Maybe, and we intentionally didn't factor a trade-in value to the new cost, so that we wouldn't be hog-tied or held feet to the
Yeah.
fire to trade it in.
So that's one thing, and then the other thing is when we're in a situation like a couple of weeks ago, we had a third call that ended up getting transported by New Hampton. We had, I want to say like 6 people showed up for that third call, and we could have transported that patient, but we didn't. So that's lost revenue. So there isn't, it's not a huge number, but there would be somewhat of a factor of some revenue that we would not be giving up by having a third ambulance available as well, so. Scott?
That's what I was gonna ask, what's the potential revenue generated from this, having a third ambulance over the year?
Yeah, so ballpark, very rough number, I would say you're talking teens, right? Let's say 13 to 17,000 in true third calls that you're not able to make, plus those times when your ambulance is out for maintenance, right? Now again, that's not a lot, right?
Well, you have the detail income.
And you have the detail income potential. There's some other things that you could do. I mean, there's other times where other departments, whether it's a Guilford for the ski races, or not the ski races, the hill climbs, or Tilton, because Highland's got an event going on, they've reached out and said, hey, you've got a second ambulance. And I'm like, yeah, I have a second ambulance because I generally need it, right? Versus there's an opportunity there to say, yeah, we could fill that, and it's not going to be a ton of money, but an all-day event puts a few $100s in the general fund that as true revenue. Well, throughout the year, maybe it's another couple $1,000s, and really changing nothing. There's some other impacts in the healthcare world that it would help us potentially look at, but really changing nothing to our current model is the way we do things. That's probably $20,000 a year that we would capture that we don't currently capture. So initial investment, $37,000, right? It's 2 years, you've paid that off, and they're probably talking a few $1,000s in the maintenance line every year to maintain it. Now you're in the positive, really, in whatever, 20 months, whatever that math would work.
Probably at least a wash.
Yeah.
And
So it wouldn't,
go ahead.
it wouldn't affect the replacement schedule, that would still be the same, you just move the third one out.
It would be roughly the same. I think going into it, there'd be a lot of looking at what the remounting options are and so on and so forth. I think my initial thought process is that you would currently replace an ambulance after 12 years. So every 6 years we're buying an ambulance.
Right.
Probably what makes the most sense between mileage, usage, and keeping the cost kind of normal is going to replacing an ambulance or remounting an ambulance roughly every 5 years. So now that ambulance would be in the town of Bristol for 15 years, 5 of it would be basically as a third due or a detail piece. So it only moves it up 1 year. That does go on to the discussion that I put in here as a potential warrant article for this year. We're at that point again where that number for the ambulance SRF needs to go up again. This, depending on what I get back from numbers from the ambulance company, will kind of dictate what that change needs to be. But that's going to need to happen whether we stay at 2 and stay at 6 years, or go to 3 and move to 5 years. That number is going to change because we're relying on the early 2025 deposits to have the balance of the money needed to to pay for this ambulance. So we're gonna have a very small amount of money in there come April of 2025. That's where we'll be starting at. We already know even if we stay at 6 years, it's only gonna be $360,000, and a brand new ambulance is going to be in excess of 450, if not 500,000. So,
And that, I mean, going back to the 6-year thing, I mean, that was short-sighted on the part of the previous fire chief to let it go to that. I mean, if you look at things now, 10 years ago, 95% of your transports were a Spear or Franklin.
right.
And now you're going to Concord, 3-4 times a week,
Yeah.
Dartmouth 3-4 times a week, so the wear and tear on those vehicles is significantly increased, just because of changes in the way that EMS in this region works, and capabilities of the surrounding hospitals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's like we're tearing through tires, not just because it's a Ford, but we're putting 40,000 miles a year on the primary ambulance.
Right.
That's.
Which is up from what, grade 25?
Yeah, even 5 or 6 years ago was probably at 25, 7, 8 years ago, pre me becoming the fire chief, but.
Anybody have any thoughts or questions before we move on?
So regardless of all the money conversation, population's up a little bit in town, locally too, around. I don't know if the summer population is increasing. Does this then become a necessity as a safety issue for us to respond to our taxpayers and our people we've contracted with to make sure we can respond as we need to?
Yeah, 100%. It's largely, if it was just so we could cover football details, then I wouldn't be sitting here saying we should take this on, right? And it's largely that there are, weeks out of the year that, A1's gonna go for this service or A2 has to go for this service, and you're dependent on a system it's maxed anyway, and now there's staffing issues around you that are not allowing those mutual aid partners. And I stress our mutual aid partners are still great and important mutual aid partners, but they're having their issues. That always happens, it ebbs and flows. It's just kind of everybody's in the same boat at the same time versus just a department struggling with people and this, you know what I mean? It's kind of everybody's.
Pretty short money to make sure that people are getting ambulance when they need it.
Yeah,
It's good planning ahead.
And I'm gonna be a little less diplomatic, but,
You can be.
as I always am. The level of care they're gonna receive from our department is typically going to be superior from a department that's not handling as many calls a year. And that's not a knock on those departments, it's just, it is what it is,
Well, and even pragmatically, based on the staffing issues across the river, they no longer have a paramedic license. Their ambulance is licensed at the A level, which for the majority of calls is a perfectly adequate level of care, but there's not then that equipment, and it's straining the system as it is. Chief Kathy and I are very actively discussing ways to make that better. But a lot of it comes down to he needs staff.
Right, so because of that, their ambulances are gonna show up with that level of gear.
Yeah, and so historically, we could do, say, a paramedic intercept, and maybe the only thing we had to take off of our truck was the narcotics box, because that's the only box we can access. But because they had paramedic level drugs and they had paramedic level equipment, that was as simple as that.
Right.
Now, even though you may send the ambulance back with the other provider, and a Matt or George or me or whomever the medic goes, you've got to take the narc box, the med box, your laryngeal, your airway equipment, and now the truck's in service, but it's not at the level that it should be.
Okay. That's good, thank you.
And again, even if that has to continue for a little while so that we can all neighborly get through this, the third ambulance staffed at that level, now that truck goes back with the one provider, and I've still got 2 ALS paramedic level stocked ambulances in service.
I like it.
I think you make a good case. Your break-even analysis is probably a good thing to present. because that shows.
All right, detail rates?
I don't know if we'll have any more, excuse me, sorry, any more revenue from I think it passed at the House that you can.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
it did.
Get
Oh,
Non-transport.
Yes.
Medicare
Yeah, that
reimbursement for
passed.
non-transport, so I
I
don't
thought it
know
was
if that-
signed even.
It was in
I don't know if that helps.
So I will say on that front, and it goes down into the projects for 2025 and a little bit of conversation that needs to happen tonight. The big one though is, and I can't remember the number, but it was the ambulance reimbursement rate issue. And I will say it loud and proud, regardless of what the health insurance industry wants to describe, the potential move to a standard rate of 325% of the Medicare rate was not a boon in revenue for EMS. It was absolutely not a boon in revenue. Almost every single department that responded and private EMS agency, they are currently charging in excess of those numbers. Those numbers are built on real numbers. This is what it costs to provide the service and to transport this patient. And the health insurance industry came in and said, well, 325% of Medicare, it's because all these companies want to get rich or these towns want to get rich. We will lose money on ambulance revenue if and when that system passes. And a significant amount of money, which is a big deal for the next 2 years.
Detail rates.
But yeah, we might see $75 a call for 50 or 100 calls a year extra, so we'll do something. Detail rates, again, just a simple open the door discussion, because if we were to say at the next meeting, yeah, let's move forward with that, then I've got to make some adjustments within the detail line of the budget. So we started detail rates late 2020, early 2021. It was something that had been discussed at the fire department level for a while that we needed to move to, for covering everything. A football detail, a firefighter, AEMT at $16 an hour isn't going to give up 3 hours of their time on a Saturday, versus for $45 an hour, they're more likely to do that. So that $45 an hour was based on, that was kind of what most every other department in the area was doing. A lot of police departments and then fire departments correspondingly went to $45 an hour. Chief McIntyre at the time said, hey, listen, generally as a rule, I don't remember the exact details, but you take your top tier employees, you say this is what their hourly rate is, this is what their overtime rate is, and you find a spot kind of in the average to say, this is what you should set your detail rate at. That way there, everybody's making that common detail rate an hour, and it's still for your higher paid employees, okay, I'll take that and make some money. Given the raises over the last couple, or particularly this last year, my recommendation would be to move it to $55 an hour. We're currently at $45 an hour. Moving it to 55 puts us right in that middle average. It was like just shy of 54, but that's a weird number. So $55 an hour is a good change. And then move from billing 65 to billing $80 an hour. You have to, there's only a few of us that details are overtime, not overtime, retirement eligible for, so anybody that it isn't doesn't get charged, and therefore we have to pay that 30% or whatever. So the kind of balance there is you've got to charge $68.75 an hour in order to make sure that your costs are being covered, right? So at $55 an hour, there's then payroll costs, whether that's retirement, FICA, Medicare, so on and so forth. You've got to charge $68.75 an hour. 80 means at least hourly, and that's kind of in line with the $11-ish an hour we make in revenue. When we bill 65, it just keeps that standard. So $80 an hour still means every hour the town sees $11.25 go into the general fund, roughly. It really comes down to that. We need to adjust the rate based on what the current general pay rates are, and to keep that, and that system's worked, that, football details were There's a few that we still gotta get filled, that people like that, and it's great. So again, not that we're having a huge problem covering it, but this has been a discussion that we're going to be looking at this. It's also a good time now when we're looking at potentially needing to do a long-term detail coverage with the high school and the middle school as far as football games go, that if I tell them now, right, they can start factoring that into their budget and say, it's, now gonna be, that's another topic. I'd really like to come up with a standard rate for those events that balances kind of everything out. Obviously, it makes sense to me, and most of the conversations we've had, you bill the SAU for those type of costs, because then the SAU and its distribution of wealth, everybody's getting charged for it. But at the end of the day, to all of a sudden say, well, I know it was $390 last year, but this year it's $500. There's probably a number, say $450 is kind of where I've targeted it on, that we're still gonna produce some general fund revenue. We're gonna make sure that the people get paid to do the job while they're there, but to kind of limit the impact to them. So if there's a general, at least consensus or buy-in for me to look at doing that, then I would just change that policy and probably bring it back for the next meeting for either adoption, or then I can just move forward creating a budget on old numbers.
Anybody? Yeah, we should have the police chief do the same for police details.
We did. We just
I
updated
think he did
police
earlier in the year,
details,
right?
No, yeah, it wasn't a couple months ago, I
A
think.
couple months
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. Okay, master box update.
Not a lot to update, unless you have anything, Nita.
It's been a busy week.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's been a terrible
It's
week.
been a bad.
So we were supposed to have that system offline May 31st. That didn't happen. One from some town buildings that are still on the system, and two from some private buildings that are still on the system. There's currently 4 buildings on the system. There's 2 private buildings on that end of town. One is not occupied, one is occupied. The 2 town-owned buildings are the sewer plant and the old fire station. So we're working on, we got an initial quote to monitor the old fire station, because it makes sense, especially if we're gonna look at doing something with it, that we don't want to see it burn down in the middle of the night without anybody knowing about it. So for what my guess is roughly the same as we've transitioned every other building, it's roughly $750 to put a cell dialer in, a monitoring fee, and we'll be covered. The water and sewer department needed a whole new panel. That panel 18 years ago or whatever it was when it got put into the chemical room.
Yeah.
I have my suspicions as to why, but for whatever reason it got put there. Obviously everything's corroded. Luckily it somehow still kind of works. So that is not only going to get a new panel, but it's going to move into the office area. There's probably still going to be some maintenance issues with it, but certainly not as bad as where it is now. The fact that it still works after 18 years in that room and in the shape it looks is pretty impressive. Currently, even though the system is still online, it is offline. And we believe we figured out where the damage occurred during a recent storm, and we should be able to jump that over. The one private concern, so sewer knows, they're monitoring it as part of their kind of call loops. It's not perfect, but it's at least it's known about. The one private building that's occupied, those owners had finally been able to get in contact with me and a company. They're slated for like the 11th, so roughly a week from now to get transitioned, and that'll be fine. Fortunately, their building is occupied. Their fire alarm system still works. If they have a fire in the middle of the night, the occupants will get out of it. It just, they now know that they need to call 911 because the box system isn't working. So hopefully, maybe by the end of this week, it'll be back online. We'll have a little less to worry about with the sewer department, fire department, and that one building. And that's not to say that I certainly care about the unoccupied private occupancy, but at least from a life safety perspective, it's not occupied, it's on the main street. If there's a problem, we'll probably still be notified relatively early. They know that if they choose to occupy it, they will not be allowed to because they'd be in violation. So that's just where the box system stands. Hopefully it'll be offline by the end of the month, which is something we've talked about at the Public Safety Building Committee, that basically by the end of the month, probably by the end of next week, pending the fire alarm stuff, everything, we will be completely out of that building. The system, that system will be down. Hopefully the building will be transitioned as far as the alarm monitoring, and then it's all your problem. We'll still keep an eye on it and make sure the heat's on, but other than that, I won't have anything to do with it anymore. That's the master box.
2025 projects.
So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that are on our radar at the fire department for really the end of this year and 2025. That is to start looking at car 1's replacement. I know according to CIP, that's a 2026 replacement, which is based on it being a 2016 that we did get in 2015. So, but quite honestly, I want to start looking at it now, see what the options are. I'm planning on going to New London to look at some other upfit options on whatever the replacement is, whenever it happens. But the truth of it is to stay in a red. If we decide to stay with a Tahoe or go to an Expedition, doesn't matter. We're probably looking at a year to get the thing anyway. So that's just on the radar to make sure that, and if it is a year, that at least sometime early next year, it's at least getting ordered and into the system so that we can have it at that kind of 10-year mark. I'm gonna skip over and say the truck committee engine 2 replacement. The engine 2 replacement is the same thing. That is, according to the CIP, is a 2031 replacement. There's been a ton of discussion on whether or not that's truly realistic, or it should be moved up a few years. Obviously, there's cash flow issues that currently exist if it gets moved up a few years. But the truth is, the lead time on truck builds, even if we order that thing in 2026, it's only coming a year or two early. So I would rather get through town meeting time next year, sit a truck committee, what's the future engine 2 gonna look like, so that sometime 2026, 2027, we can legitimately place an order for that truck so that we can actually get it when that truck is 25 years old. So there's really not a lot of option to buy a new truck and replace it ahead of time, even if we had the cash flow, because it's gonna take a minimum of 3 years for it to show up. Outside of some demo options if they make sense, which really the only way to say a demo makes sense is to have a truck committee that's truly saying this is what we need in our next fire truck. So that's on the table. The last thing is EMS strategic plan revision. So the plan that got adopted, or at least I produced and we looked at as a board in 2022, would expire in 2026, so to speak. That called for, really, it would have been this year, moving to a third person on shift, with the idea that the contract towns, through a lot of communication and negotiation, but would be under the understanding that they're gonna pick up the cost on that, or the majority cost on that because of the hour commitment. Obviously, I wasn't sitting here last year between raises and still in the building project. That didn't happen in that time frame. That's fine. My goal this year had been that throughout the summer we would be having that conversation. That was when I really naively thought I would be done with this building project by early June. So that didn't happen. I will put it out there that regardless of when this happens, somehow or way, the town of Bristol is going to have to put in their budget, provided you all are on board with it, and obviously the other towns are at least on board with the idea, we're going to have to add, it'll all depend, right? If we don't hire people till halfway through the year, maybe we've only got to add $150,000 to the budget. It's probably somewhere in, the best number to think of is it's going to be a roughly $400,000 impact to the budget. That $400,000, the way I would propose it initially, and not having had this conversation in this detail with the other contract towns, is probably something in the neighborhood of $350,000 to $60,000 of that is all of that is picked up by the contract towns, with the balance kind of fitting into the funding formula. That's going to happen regardless, whether it's this year, because I can in 2 months' time have those conversations and negotiations, or whether it's next year when is really the latest it can happen to move to 3 on a shift. There, in my mind, earlier today, to be honest with you, there was no way to have that conversation in that short period of time to go to the contract towns and say, we've got to go to three per shift this year. It's going to cost you roughly an extra $110,000 on top of what your commitment is by contract. That said, not historically, but over the last several years, as Chief Clayman and I have discussed it, he's been very open with his board that this kind of thing is coming. They're very supportive of it. They understand it's going to come with a big price tag, but they understand what the benefit of it is. I had a pretty decent conversation with Jeremy Martin, the chief in Danbury today. Not as willing to accept the idea, but understands that this is coming and that there's going to be an impact based on their population, their needs, and their service needs. Add on to that, the biggest kind of problem area that I've always foreseen as we open up this discussion is the town of Hill. The town of Hill currently, just as an update, has not officially accepted it because it was only verbal, but probably does not have a fire chief at this point. They have a very big staffing issue, especially if he leaves. And so temporarily, the chief of Franklin and myself have agreed we will make things happen and make sure that town's covered, at least until their board meets next week and starts to come up with some better long-term solutions. But I think that adds to, hey, here we can move to this system where we hire a third person per shift. It's going to cost you a lot more money, but it opens up the ability, because the discussion happens at all levels, whether it's, New Hampton doesn't have a chief or Hill doesn't have a chief. What could Bristol do to offset some of our costs, but to work with those towns a little bit better? And again, that's a tough conversation to have when you only have 2 people in the station, when you only have the daytime staffing that we have. So that was the plan to look into next year. It was the plan for this year, but is that conversation needs to happen. I don't really understand fundamentally how it happens, right? Because we've got to budget that money. I don't know how it works as far as an adoption of the contract. But I bring it up as, obviously, if we're going to move forward with it next year, there's got to be some buy-in from this board for me to even have that conversation. But I'm curious what the conversation is around the potential for pursuing that as an option in the 2025 year. I guess, sorry, that was pretty wordy, but there's a lot of things that kind of changed this week around this area that I think create the opportunity to have that discussion and move toward that system. We just need it. We're on track to do, I don't think we'll finish there, but trend-wise, we're on track to do 1,600 calls this year. That's a ton of calls for 2 people overnight. That's a ton of second calls that Aaron, myself, or Ingrid are covering, that we're not doing the other things that we're supposed to be doing. And that's fine, right? The big priority is respond to the emergencies. But if we can put a third on 24/7 We're in the same boat that we've gotten to with the weekend coverage. We can traditionally get out one responder, off-duty responder, whether they're a call person or an overtime person. That means you're getting a second ambulance out pretty routinely. And certainly from the hours of 7:30 to 5:30, roughly, Monday through, well, really every day of the week, we would have that coverage to be able to get 2 ambulances out during that time frame, and then more easily do it in the overnight period. So, yeah, I guess if there's anything to be said about that, I'm certainly willing to at least sit down with them, and if nothing else, it's just it's a more formal ability to say this is coming. Maybe we can't do anything before this budget year and this contract year. At least the contract needs to be ironed out. But this is what it's going to look like. So.
Anybody have questions, comments?
You gotta do what you're gonna do, I think.
So, what you're kind of saying without saying it is the potential exists for regionalization of Hill.
Yeah, I mean, the number is significant, but based on the conversations that I had today, and this is not to imply that any of their selectmen or people over there have said, let's regionalize, but just based on the flow of those conversations, right, different things that were discussed, it would be difficult. A number of years ago, there was a proposal made from this fire department, not by me, to effectively take over that fire department for what they were currently had in their budget. That doesn't make any sense. You're still going to spend most of that money to cover those calls, and now 3 times a month for the calls that we don't go on, 3 times a month you're taking your 2-person duty crew and sending them over to Hill for 30 minutes or 3 hours or whatever, to no benefit whatsoever to the town of Bristol. You take 37,000 or whatever their budget was at the time, it's going to cost you all of that to still do some things over there, because otherwise insurance goes crazy. So you still kind of have to have a fire department, and you're going to have more hours that you're paying out in call time, overtime, and you're losing staff from your position. So if they're spending 50 now, do you make the same proposal? No, because that cost is now 50. That's why they spent 50. So, throw in a number. Maybe you charge the town of Hill 100,000, so that at least the town can see that financial benefit, and or we'd have some funding to go to a more robust minimum callback. If the ambulance, or not the ambulance because it currently does, fire truck goes to Hill, we can bring back a certain amount of people, right? That's going to increase the cost, but ensures our coverage is still the same. All sorts of weird things to happen. The truth is telling the town of Hill just to cover your fire for $100,000 a year probably isn't likely going to happen. I think there's still people over there on that department that there's an opportunity for them to kind of still exist. Maybe look at, hey, for this smaller fee, between myself and Aaron, because it's not a problem. One of the big concerns in a meeting that they had about a week ago was, should our fire chief have certain credentials? Their fire chief didn't have really any official firefighting credentials, and so how do you accomplish that? Well, you may not be able to accomplish it in the town of Hill. You just may not have that person to fit that mold, or you got to do something like the town of Hebron did and bring in a certified part-time person at $25,000 or $35,000 a year, when you've got a fire department administration here that can work with a capable kind of officer level person at the department and just make sure everything's running fine for, say, $20,000 a year. Again, I'm just throwing out numbers that get to Rob's greater point of, there's gonna be some, not excess, right? I always use that term around the whole lean stuff, and my brain's fried because it's really late and I'm super hungry, but you have some excess, right? Even if you go to 3, you don't go to 3 because you need 4, you go to 3 because you need 2.5, right, on a shift. that's kind of where we're at, but we can't hire a part-time employee and, you know, just call them in when calls happen. That's a call department, and ours is not as robust as it used to be. So you have that ability now to potentially, if Aaron's not running 3 or 4 second calls a week, I'm not running 2 or 3 second calls a week, and Ingrid's in the same boat, between our administration, we can still deal with the administrative side of the Hill Fire Department. They kind of run on their own, but that's an opportunity where that's a true value add for not a lot of loss as far as our coverage goes, and not a lot of loss of time on our part. Yeah, it's gonna be big. I mean, just rough numbers, right? The town of Alexandria's last year's contract was just shy of $100,000 for what we currently do. Danbury was in the 60s, Hill was in the 60s. Those numbers are gonna go up a percentage between their numbers going up and the impact of raises over the last 12 months. And then add approximately $110,000 to each town to cover a third person. That's what it's gonna look like. But to go to former Selectman Wayne Anderson's point of the value proposition, if the town of Alexandria says, okay, well, for our 150 to 200 calls a year, in order to apples, 2 people on, run an ambulance 24/7, forgetting that we don't actually know where we put them for that 24-hour period, you're talking roughly $480,000. So yes, that new number may be $230,000. Value proposition, it's still better to do it this way. So, and I think at least the Danbury Fire Chief is somewhat understanding of that, and I think he'll can be receptive of it and just understand that you can't provide really any service for the 50s, thousands of dollars a year anymore. Right. It's just not how it works. So that's certainly what I'll be looking at next year. I'm very willing to press those other towns and say, is this a possibility? Because I think the iron's ready to be struck, so to speak. That's not the way they say that, but that's the way I said it.
Is there any possibility of Danbury looking at other avenues?
So that was some of that conversation. Again, this is very unofficial. This is just me and Chief Martin having a conversation about it. There are really not other avenues that exist currently. You know, is there, you know, one of the kind of thought processes was, well, there's this town near us and this town near us, and none of us are in a position where we can really do everything all by ourselves. But if we kind of took the same model, moved it up here, understanding that all 3 of those towns are limited on where that 24/7 coverage comes from, particularly, or you know, physically where it gets hosted out of, right? One of those towns maybe has that ability, but you just recreated a new problem for the other town that it's that much farther away. One of them has a brand new ambulance that they're not currently running. They contract with another municipality for that service. So you got your ambulance. Maybe you got a place to put them. It's not the best place, but everybody's in the same boat. Who do you get to staff it, right? And is it ultimately worth knowing that in order to do that, you're still going to, even if you evenly split it amongst 3 towns, you're still going to pay roughly the same as what you're going to pay more than what I'm going to submit them for. Here's what it's going to look like. Particularly Danbury, right? Because Danbury has decent revenue generation, which offsets their costs. That's why they're in the 60,000s range. So maybe their contract naturally, hypothetically, goes to 80,000. Well, there's still $200,000 to hire a third person for Bristol on a shift. Yeah, that system is easily going to cost those towns. Well, it's going to cost what it would cost us, $1 million. It's just, it's a big expense. And I get it, would it be a nice thing if an ambulance was less than 10 miles away, like it currently is to the center of their town? I don't think 10 miles is a terrible distance when the change is 5 times more than what it will cost you to just have the ambulances sitting here in Bristol, you know? Anybody could do anything, you know.
So no London wouldn't be required.
New London looked at it a number of years ago, but New London was in the position that in order to make it work, they either, or probably both, needed to pick up another town along with it, and needed to add a truck to the equation. And then the price becomes really astronomical. So, you know, again, maybe it doesn't cost $1 million, but it's 500,000, and again, you're spending more. And New London's roughly the same distance from Danbury as we are, so it doesn't really, that concern of could we get an ambulance closer to the area doesn't really change it, you know.
We're not gonna solve this tonight.
No.
Okay.
Before Ben leaves, you've skipped to one thing that was on the TA report he hasn't seen yet, but I was gonna run by the board tonight, so I can get input, so I can get an updated quote. You okay with that?
No.
Okay, fine. So Ben, this is, public safety building sign. We had originally talked about taking the sign here, revamping it, and just putting it over there temporarily, but she came back with a point, we should just revamp this one and put a new one in over there. Which, so she's come up with some options. The prices, don't look at the prices right now, they're different. The way she does these are very hard to understand, and some of it.
Who is it?
What?
Who does it?
It's, Tilton Signs, they just done our other signs. So, Ben and I threw around ideas, and so Ben came back with, the emblem, which is also on the TA report tonight, by the way. So depending on, so we can have that discussion at the same time, but, I think when we sent this back to her, we were this one, but with this, correct? She didn't follow what I said, so, but we wanted the board to see the options too and go from here.
I think you should say fire, police, EMS on it.
Yeah.
And the address.
So the seal wasn't on my thing, I just want that to be very well known.
Okay.
But she had proposed if you're gonna start moving, staying with the seal and start moving potentially to it for signs, which I think
Before I
in
read
a lot
the
of cases, sorry, you would end up, the way she restructured the arch, you would put the seal up into the arch. And so, based on looking at it, I like the top and the bottom one, I think they look fine.
Yeah.
It's just a function of gray that's,
Well, and I think the
Gray or-
grays cost a little bit more. It's very hard.
Whichever one is easiest to read from the street. That's the one you want.
And.
Because there's so many signs around this town, you drive by and say, I can't read that.
Yeah.
Make the letters big enough and make it black and white, that's,
What's this,
or white and green, just so it stands out.
the sign that's out here, is that
I have
primarily
that.
a white background?
Well, I have that to look at today too, but I believe it's like a tannish background because currently, and I can show you that, that's the other picture, so you can see.
Do we want it to match similar, or?
Well, she was trying to get
Good
something
point.
more to match their building. This, I think, is more the background we have currently. So she was trying to make a suggestion on this of something more to match the building, if that's what we wanted.
To match the building color, is that what you mean?
The gray-
Yeah,
With the
yeah.
gray or the white?
Yeah.
White trim.
I guess the big question before we go on is, which I put it in the TA report, is I sent you the article, I did get feedback from one board member who hates the seal.
Yes, I didn't.
So,
yeah.
I guess the question would be, before we start branding signs, we've been called out with the rebranding failure. Does this board have any interest in going backwards or just continue forward with the canoe seal as is?
I'd love to have a conversation about it.
So I put it on the TA report
Yeah.
tonight, and I put samples in your TA report folder, but I was trying, but I wanted to make sure Ben saw these before he left. So in your, sorry.
Is that post gonna stay white, or we're gonna go with granite?
Well, granite
other
is
post?
too expensive,
Yeah.
so there you go. So granite was extremely expensive, so Ben and I talked about it. I didn't like the white posts. I thought I told her to try and make them something
Right.
different in color,
Or something.
because the white was just too bright.
Yeah.
So,
If
but,
if you do away with the white post, then the white sign on the bottom would fit, but if not.
we were thinking more like this, see,
Yeah.
she's even showing you she did do it against your siding, that's funny. So she's done it, she's trying really hard to do this, but, we had asked her to make these, something more like the gray and leave the white background. I thought that's where we were, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I hadn't seen.
Ben did a good job picking out the colors of the building, so just pick whichever one you want.
Well, so, you were in the bathroom for this, so obviously Tom Caldwell's article did bring up some questions about whether we do the seal or not and move forward with the seal or not.
Are we sure that the way that's written, that the public safety building words are big enough to read for people driving? It doesn't look it on the left picture there.
If this is definitely smaller, she's made these much bigger.
Which is the primary, that's what you.
Fire, please.
No, I get that, but don't put something on a sign that you can't read, that's just pointless. There's so many signs you can't read, it's just, oh, there, just make it bigger.
You
Yeah,
can't
just
see,
zoom in.
it's your eyes.
Well,
Use your phone.
That's what I'm saying, looking at the top left picture,
Well, I mean, if you look at it from this might be your view from the road.
that's what I'm
Oh,
getting.
see, there's, the posts up there are different in that picture,
Green
right
is
where your
kinda-
cursor,
Yeah,
see,
this
that's gray.
one, that's what we asked more for, is something like a gray here,
Yeah.
but this would be white.
What, yeah, I like that combination.
Or look, the green doesn't look that bad,
No.
but I think, so, sorry. So before
Whichever
we,
one you want, Ben.
Great.
before we order it with the seal, what is your general consensus, because I put it on the TA report, about moving forward with the seal
Yes.
or going backwards with the old seal?
I'd like to talk about going backwards.
I'm
I'm always going backwards.
I like moving forward with it.
I mean, I don't wanna order a sign, obviously, if it's going to continue to be a problem for people,
I don't care one way or the other.
but, I mean,
do.
So if.
I hate the seal. so
this
far.
is obviously the original seal, that's not a good picture of it. That was in the article, and then our new seal was called out for being,
So it's
Childish.
not just a matter of that sign. How many other signs and trucks and decals are we gonna?
Oh.
that's the problem. I
Right.
mean, we've already we've updated people, all the vehicles to the new seal. So we could slowly wean them backwards, but I know that it is a rebranding failure for some people, but I don't think there's been a lot of money spent on it, so. I don't know. So
How much
going,
money do we just spend on welcome signs?
oh, those, yeah, because we just did those.
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Which are all the same font and everything.
Yeah. So while we're talking, this is the one for out front. She has provided, it looks like 2 options. I think this.
Definitely the one on the left.
This one looks better, wait, the left?
Yeah, it
This
doesn't have
one?
a seal on
No, stop. I figured if we were going with the seal, we probably should just go with the seal on the sign. That's why had her do both.
I'll say the same thing for the one on the left. The town office building will not be that readable
I mean,
driving by.
This will obviously be much
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah.
The lake is fine, but then we wanted to stick with that, or we make it match to the public safety.
Do we need the word building?
Nope.
You could just call it town office.
Then your
Makes
font,
that a lot easier
It
to
should
read.
be
Your
the
font
Barbara
could be
Greenwood.
bigger then.
So when you said the name, you did say the Barbara Greenwood Town
Right.
Office Building. So we can take building out, but then we would probably take the out as well. So it would just be Barbara Greenwood Town Office.
Yeah.
Sis,
Yeah.
Offices.
offices.
oh, good point, I don't know.
So,
Oh, maybe you, yeah, maybe.
Town office, I don't know.
Building is better.
I'd leave it as is, yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we went with this style, it should have the in it, obviously, Barbara,
Yeah.
the Barbara Greenwood Town Office Building, but, so,
I do like the one on the left though, with the picture, that is pretty
I do
nice.
like that picture.
That's kind of
we
what's
do
out
have
there
a
now.
picture, we have a picture now, but
Yeah.
she would be updating this picture, obviously.
What's that picture?
This is now, sorry, thank you.
It looks like a wave.
What is
It's like a
it?
whale.
It does,
Not
well, it was painted by someone,
Oh, right.
yep.
Well, what is it?
It's looking at
It's
Mount
the
Cardigan
mountains.
to the west.
Purple Mountains Majesty. That's what I think it is.
There's some, if you, living on Lakeside Road, there are some mornings, especially in the winter,
Yeah,
when the sun's coming up, when it is purple, not the whole thing
Right.
at the top.
Yeah.
It's- yeah.
so this was painted by, the person who painted all of the other smaller Welcome to Bristol signs. Oops, sorry. So,
I mean,
lake or emblem,
I
I
like
like this better,
Yeah.
but lake and this, do you think that would look all right? No. I have to have her draw up another proof when we get closer to
Yeah.
what we want and what the cost will be.
have her,
What kind of nice picture could we put on
I think
the
the
public safety building?
Instead, well,
And have
the,
pictures on the buildings and then the welcome signs have the cartoon seal on
it. Yeah,
do you, well, we thought
them. Since we're
about,
worried about consistency, if we do it that way.
you had an idea, Ben? I don't think it should be lake.
It's an official town building, you should have the town seal on it.
yeah,
I don't know,
I mean, I feel like
We
we're
should have it on
so
this too,
committed
then.
at this point.
That's what I'm saying,
You know,
on
we
this
might
one.
as
Yeah.
well.
You just put the stupid seal.
Of both
I
of
know,
them?
but the branding thing is taken just way too far
Okay.
for a town. The branding
I
thing is
think
taken.
we
for
eliminate
a
the
business,
markups, the
Yeah.
Coke,
mock-ups
Pepsi, I
for
get
the
it,
Word
but
docs,
For
whatever.
the town of Bristol.
Let's just go with it and hopefully when we rebrand next time, we get it right.
Well, if we rebrand next time, it should be a committee, and it shouldn't be,
Yeah, one person.
it shouldn't be a
Town administrative.
yeah, and what was it? It was a company that came in,
Yeah.
and it should be more of your public committee coming in.
Public
so.
foot-
Yeah, that never would have passed committee.
No, okay, here I am. I'm going gray,
Yep.
white background,
Yeah.
emblem, and either one of these, Ben, you said?
I'd do the white one.
The white one with, like this one, yeah. Okay, this one with the gray posts.
Yeah.
We have to dig the holes, I thought either, well, we don't have to, but it saves us money. And it's expensive already.
As long as we know what they are, we can get it done, because I, at some point, hopefully before the ground freezes, would like to address, and I gotta email Joanne, but moving the fire danger sign, so.
Oh, yeah,
We're gonna be out there with.
Do we know
it.
who's going to say?
Well, we just,
Yeah, you moving Frosty?
Frosty?
Smokey?
and then,
Frosty.
Yes, at some
Alright.
point.
I'm
said
But I'm
good.
gonna do it all legal like and make sure Joanne walks me through all the sign permitting.
And then
You
the
know, I was gonna say, you're exempt, but you should, it doesn't hurt you to get a
Yes,
permit.
please
The
don't.
Barbara Green one with the green, and we're
All
gonna.
right, we're getting.
All right, well,
I'm
Yeah,
good.
just add a word thought.
motion to adjourn.
All right, so,
I have so many comments on the next few things.
Oh,
hold on.
no.
Really?
Motion to move them to next meeting.
So,
Son of a gun.
What, where are we? Somebody did
So-
it.
we have left highway superintendent, transfer station
That's supposed to
superintendent,
be quick.
What?
holiday schedule, select board meeting schedule, proposed warrant article schedule, admin credit card policy.
Thanks, Ben, go eat.
So there's 6 items. Do we want to entertain a brief meeting next week? Do we want to push through? Do we want to table these till the 19th?
I think that's a few comments on the superintendent. I have
What on-
We
I have a
just
couple
did the-
We gotta do the TA report, which is gonna be Cliff's Notes.
You could meet, by then, have a good night. I mean, you could meet, let me check next Thursday, you could meet next Thursday, but I do, the only reason we have so much here is because we're trying to book everything out ahead and we're trying to get it all on a schedule, so we're not missing any deadlines. Both Lindsay and I will say, Cameron, probably shouldn't, we're feeling extremely overwhelmed right now, we're trying to get ourselves getting stuff set up ahead so we don't have any problems. That's the only reason this stuff was on here, but we can put it till your next meeting, some of it.
Can we have an unofficial meeting on election day?
I have a public hearing
We
that
can't
night.
have an unofficial meeting ever, but
Well, no, but can we have a meeting at election day, talk about some of these things, or is that probably not?
Oh, you can, select boards, I did when I was on the select board in Groton, you just have to post it as a meeting, but the problem is you're supposed to be there as election markers. We
Right.
did lead the election and go up and meet for like an hour and then came back down when we were needed for the count, so.
No.
Um,
What do you guys wanna do? Tell me, just push up, just one.
So, the credit card can I jump to that for a second?
You wanna go to next week?
The credit
Let's
card
go next
policy
week.
has to be posted 14 days, so I have to post it for 14 days. So, I wanted to make sure that generally you were good with what was in the policy, so I could get the edits posted so that you could adopt them at your next meeting. That's a quick one if you, unless Carol's got a list.
I got a couple of, I got a bunch of comments on it.
Where is the credit card policy?
If you go under, probably the easiest one to look at is gonna be 13 SB2.
I have no
Why does
comment,
it
I have
keep
no
coming
comments on
up
that.
closed word?
What?
Every time I open it, it comes up.
Yeah, close the screen, it'll make you do it twice. I have to fix, somebody changed my password on me, and I have
If
to.
you
fix
exit
that.
out twice, I think it works.
Yeah, you close it twice. So the town credit card policy did exist. We cleaned it up. If you want to look at the edits, you can look at them, but they're pretty messy because we had to convert a PDF version to Word, so the edits look awful. But we basically trying to get basics of, okay, what are the definitions, card holder, credit card issuer, so on. Objectives are to have a credit card policy to establish guidelines for the holders, because we are moving to the Citizens Bank, where we are able to have the department heads have a town credit card. So in that process, something that wasn't in your email when I sent this out, we added some additional forms at the end. But we did not recreate the wheel. We actually used some of this from another town. We talked about the scope. We referred to the executive office, but that's finance, myself, or our designee, so that covers it. We talk about use of the credit card. It's not for personal purchases. It will have the cardholder's name on it. It won't be lent out to any other person. The cardholder will be responsible for the purchases and making sure they're within the credit limits. Purchases must be accompanied by receipts, and they have to be entered in the system. So that's pretty much basics as you're going down through. The dollar amount is what we had talked about, that would be a credit limit. But if you refer to the purchasing policy, it is, I believe, it's 3,000 is what this, up to 3,000 right now is what the department heads have the authority to purchase. So that's why we added town's purchasing policy. So if we did do 5 or the town's purchasing policy, that would be their guidance. Misuse, we were pretty clear, you can't misuse it, misuse a credit card.
I guess that's the only place I had a comment.
Yep.
It seemed kind of light. May result in disciplinary action. It seems kind of,
So I think it might be May because there's multiple things listed here.
yeah.
So collections proceedings and or loss of credit card privileges. But it probably should be and up to termination.
Up to termination.
So
Yes,
we can
that's-
add the, if
yeah.
you,
We're including termination.
Yeah, that was the only thing I had.
let's let's use, we did talk about what if termination isn't just if they're fired, but if they resign, it's called termination now. So we talked about they had to turn the credit card in, audits, we would do in the finance office audits, here and there to make sure the receipts are being turned in, that the purchases are legitimate. Plus, we have an audit by our financial audit every year. And then, some of this stuff was already in the old credit card policy, so we didn't change it. It does need to be posted at least 2 public places, and we have to do it 14 days from the meeting that you're going to approve it at. So that's why we wanted to be able to get it posted. And then we added, these are new, these were not in the old credit card. This is the cardholder agreement. I think I was supposed to add, never mind. I think I might have been adding harsher words here.
And you have will there, and you have may in the policy.
I have to fix the cardholder agreement, so it has a little bit harder words about the termination more than this. So I'll fix that.
But just make them consistent. You can't say may in the policy and say will on the agreement, I don't think. Well, you can, but.
Yeah, put will in both.
It's like should and
I can
shall.
put will in both, yep. Sorry, like should and shall, sorry. Then appendix B, we just created this today. We've been talking about doing this for a long time. This form's not going to just be used for the credit card. When laptops are signed out, when phones are signed out, all of that, I created this form today. Oh, my lines are missing. So we created this form today so that we will start having everyone who's issued any equipment would be on this. When they're issued it, what the date was they're issued it, their initials, when it's returned or upgraded or whatever, that would be filled out and initial. This would be in their file. So, because right now what's happening is we have like somewhat of a list, but it's not an accurate list, and so we're gonna start using that. And then appendix C is if there's a missing receipt. So sometimes the receipt gets lost, and so they would have to fill this out and turn it in with them. So I can make the couple of changes unless you see anything else, and then I can post this, so I can get this for your.
Do you need a motion for that?
No, it's just if you see anything else that jumps out, general consensus, you're gonna vote on this at your meeting, so.
See if you're watching the game over there.
No.
With Carol's suggestions.
Okay, I'll make those quick changes and then I can post it. And then I
Well,
can.
you sent them to me to read, what am I gonna tell
Hmm.
What am I gonna tell you?
You want me to stop or do you want to keep going? You tell me, guys. I can try to rush them quickly.
Where am I?
What else was there?
All right, you want to go to
Yeah, that
highway,
should be quick.
highway superintendent? Do you have questions on, so the edits are the Word document under 08SB2, and then the clean document is the PDF. The edits that were made were based on the last meeting, so I made all the changes that you requested, but does Carol have additional comments?
Yeah, page 2 under knowledge, skills, and abilities, last bullet.
Page 2, under knowledge, skills, and abilities, yep.
It says ability to support and interpret town policies relevant to the highway department and transfer station. You don't need that in there anymore, right?
We left
And
it in.
transfer station?
Did we
No,
left that
we
there?
left
I think we left it in there because we felt that they would still need to cover it.
Okay.
Where is it? Remind me again, sorry.
Last bullet under knowledge, skills, and abilities on page 2.
I'm losing my mind. It's not on my copy. Oh, because I'm in Sorry, thank you for trying to straighten me out.
Yeah, it makes sense if they're gonna overlap.
Okay.
But good catch. This right here.
So I think we left it to ability to support and
Yeah.
interpret, we left it in there because they would cover.
Okay.
We
If
want
that's
them to
okay
have
with
some,
you.
yeah, some knowledge, so, yeah.
That's
You gonna
good.
vote on that?
Yep,
Motion to, or entertain a motion to approve the highway department superintendent
I'm not done yet.
job description.
Oh, you're not done on that one? Give me that back.
We can still make a motion, that can be your discussion.
Okay.
Discussion. I'll second the motion.
Okay, who made it?
Don Milburn.
All right, motion by Don, second by
Carol.
Carol, discussion.
Page 3, under physical demands.
Sorry.
This is also in the transfer station supervisor, somebody has an issue with ladders. Frequent climbing of ladders in the transfer station supervisor, and frequent climbing of tall ladders in
So if
the,
they're small ladders, it's okay?
I don't know, are they climbing ladders all the time?
Two-step?
What is that under?
It came from Primex,
Physi-
that's the
physical demands.
boilerplate language, but I can take it out if
Like
you're
their-
concerned.
A lot of their
So
basic
it-
language.
It just says, strenuous physical exertion such as frequent climbing of top, I don't think tall should be there, I can take the tall out. It's giving you an example, so it's saying such as frequent climbing
Well, I
of
know,
ladders.
I know,
It's
but-
just so you don't get somebody in here that says, oh, I'm not climbing to the top of the truck.
Right,
I'm afraid of heights.
which some people would have to climb in a ladder to get to the top of the truck.
Right.
Maybe they have to
But I can take
get
the
in a ladder to
word,
get down in a ditch, but
Why is it?
I can take the word tall out, and just make it general ladders
just,
if
both
you're.
of them seem goofy to me.
Okay.
Made me replace the TV antenna on top of the highway at one time.
Same line, lifting heavy objects,
story.
heavy objects over 50 pounds for the,
Just
for the,
objects.
for the road, for the highway, but it's lifting 60 pounds for the transfer station in
Well,
the
it
same
could-
line.
I think that's because the
It's a
transfer
10 pound,
station
it's an
could be
important 10 pound
lifting
difference.
more.
Yes, it is.
Maybe it should be 60.
I can make them both 60.
Thank you.
All right, so we're voting on highway. You-
Highway, well, I'm just telling you because it's,
You're not done?
on work environment, the next one down, working, I don't know, it's got me laughing. The work involves moderate risk of discomforts, requires special safety precautions, working around moving parts, carts, I don't know where our carts are, or machines with contagious diseases. Are you crossing over to the transfer station? Or irritant chemicals, that's, I mean, okay, maybe some irritant chemicals for the road crew.
Hydraulic fluids that are chemical.
Yeah, but
Well, and carts
Sure.
could be a dolly, they have a flatbed dolly,
I
like
know,
the
but
upgrade.
it's just, it's so patently.
Well, it's there for a reason
Somehow.
if Primex has it, because they've had to deal with these issues in the
I
past.
didn't touch that language, but I'd be happy to take the carts
I don't know,
out.
it just seems,
Seems pity.
well, I've done so much of this stuff of reading plans that, you know, the classic example was at the Gulf spill, they said they were supposed to be watching out for walruses because they copied a plan from Alaska. You know, it's a classic contingency plan where you simply just copied and pasted, and then when you read it, you're like, well, that, nobody bothered to read this.
But we went through it rather extensively at the last meeting.
Yeah, that's why I'm comfortable with it. I mean, I get what you're saying, Carol. It's just
But the
ridiculous.
work environment for the transfer station doesn't say contagious diseases. Or irritant chemicals either, for that matter, where it's more likely there.
That's true.
So
So do you want to make the highway work environment the same for the transfer station? Just copy and paste that
they
one?
could be the same as long as, that. I mean, they're like the word carts, I mean, come on.
I'll
Yeah,
take
if you're
out
in a
the-
giant warehouse, maybe with
I
some,
think-
and I know you guys want.
I think I'll remove carts, I'll make them match otherwise, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
Are you okay with approving them as
Stay
amended?
away from the tool cart.
It's,
And, go ahead.
that's it for that one.
Also makes it sound
Um,
like it's the cart that has the contagious disease.
On the highway superintendent, are you okay with approving it as amended?
Yes.
Yes, oh, all in favor?
We have a motion on the floor,
Yes.
Okay.
so,
Well, you just
Any
have to
more
modify
discussion?
it to as
No.
amended, sorry.
all those in favor of approving the highway superintendent job description as amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passed.
Transfer station.
Transfer station, page 2. Under
So,
major duties.
somebody make a motion.
I make a motion to approve the can't even talk, transfer station supervisor job description.
Second.
Okay, motion by Les, second by Carol, discussion.
Page 2.
Page
Major
2,
duties.
under major duties, this is really picky. The last bullet is bold and the rest aren't.
I don't think it's bold, I think it's a wrong font.
Or
I'll
font,
fix
either
it.
way.
Yep, there's another one on the front page too.
Okay. Recommended minimum qualifications, the third bullet. Should it say heavy equipment operation experience recommended? Instead of heavy equipment experience recommended? I know that's tricky with grammatical stuff, but.
You said heavy equipment up, what was that?
Or you guys tell me.
Operation experience.
Okay,
Down on the last bullet, we already talked about the ladders and the 60 pounds.
yep.
Oh, on the front, sorry, going right back to the beginning. Job summary doesn't say anything about supervision. It says manages the disposal of solid waste and recyclables, that's all it says.
Did the highways department say anything, because I'm their
I
supervisor?
mean, this plans, organizes, directs, and coordinates the activities of the transfer station.
No, I get that, but in the summary, it doesn't say you're a supervisor. Just should it?
Manages this
If you guys are okay with it, I'm good.
manage kind of indicates
Okay.
supervisor.
Could just put overseas transfer station staff, or overseas and schedules transfer station staff.
Job summary sort of says what it is. It just-
Are you good with it? If you're good with it the way it is, I'm okay. Page 3, the back page, work environment. And again, this is, I'm getting, well, I was goofy when I was reading it this afternoon. Regularly operates several types of equipment, including hand and power tools and related equipment, as well as telephone. I mean, come on. Do we have to put that in there? You have to know how to run a telephone, that's a job.
Yes, you do,
Yes.
because
You get a
that's,
cell phone.
There is,
you're
we're putting a
department
phone line in there.
head.
so
You need to
We're
have a
putting a
smartphone.
phone
then do we
You have to have a smartphone.
Do we have that in every single
I
job
can
description?
remove that, but
If it's gonna be here, it has to be in every
do
single
you
job
know
description.
how many times I've had to help people?
Oh, especially
All right,
that.
all right.
Yeah.
I can take that part out.
I mean, but it's not in the, it's not in the other one.
You're right, it's not on the other one.
I'm just,
Is it on the other one too?
No, it's not.
No, so I'll take
It's
that out,
highway, doesn't it?
okay,
Yeah, there you go.
Keep them consistent.
as amended.
okay, and then last comment, that last, the next two paragraphs down, errors in judgment may result in time loss and delay. Is that actually something that needs to be in here at all?
Is that on the highway one?
That's
No,
funny.
transfer-
Is
it's a
it?
transfer
You have-
No, no, I know, but.
Do you have it over there, or
Is it
somebody
the
have it
highway
over there to sign?
It is not in the highway one,
Don't.
the work environment.
I can remove that.
And actually, the whole thing about hand and power tools and related equipment is not in the highway one either. Which it
Yeah, I definitely get rid of that last bullet there.
seems kind of extreme.
That's
That's all,
dumb.
that's all I got.
All right,
Wait till I get to the
The
K-line.
motion was recommended.
it was as amended,
Yes.
Any more
It is
discussion?
now.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, what else?
Oh, that was-
We did the credit card.
All right, I'll make it fast. So, number
Hold
10.
on, hold on. Let me get my bearings here.
Warrant article discussion schedule.
Oh, no, I went back to the beginning. We didn't do it yet.
I lost my agenda.
Getting a what?
Proposed holiday schedule, see, it's
Why does
here.
this keep popping up?
Oh, that stupid word thing?
Yeah, because someone, had changed my passwords. I've notified us that they can't anybody can't call in on these laptops anymore. So, because now I have to go fix them on every login.
Can I cross this out?
What?
Errors of judgment.
No, well,
She's got, oh, we should.
you can, if you sign it, I will update and put the correct one in there, or I will
There's not-
white it out. I'll white it out,
All right.
if you're okay with that. Are you okay, Rob, with me going to the next one?
Proposed holiday schedule, yes.
number 10, this is just, the holiday schedule for itself is pretty easy. Those are our normal holidays, we
Yeah.
just match them back.
Yeah.
Questions at the bottom So December 20th, I'm trying to plan again the rest of the year out. Last year we did a holiday breakfast. I've checked with the department heads and they said that they thought holiday luncheon would be good. It would be nothing, it wouldn't be anything that, like last year we closed for 2 hours, we let people come for the breakfast and we hosted it here. If you're okay with it, we would just do a holiday luncheon, like the breakfast party, if you're okay with it. Potluck or pizza, so. And I paid for it last year, so. And I think some people came to the breakfast, because
Yeah, it could've been.
you're all welcome again if you want to come to the luncheon as well, but we had the breakfast in here, it was nice.
So we don't need to approve
But there
that.
was
No.
lunch in here for it just recently, that was
Oh, we did it, did we do a pizza party for the highway
highway
department?
department.
So it would be open.
So yes, Wednesday, December 25th, the transfer station, it will be closed, obviously, it's Christmas. Normally, they're open the next day. I asked Victor and Chuck about it, and they said it would, obviously, they would go by whatever the board said, but they thought that you could completely close and not make the transfer station work on Thursday.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then they would just be open that week, Monday and Saturday, but I just wanna make sure you're good with that, and that's also
Yeah.
for New Year's. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
On New Year's? Okay. Will the board approve, closing at noon on Christmas Eve?
Yes.
Okay. Holiday party January, does the board still wanna continue the January holiday party? It would be January 24th with a snow date of January 31st.
Why don't we do it in December?
Probably because we don't have the money. This year, we don't have the money. We don't have the money this year because we paid for January already.
Gotcha.
But part of
All
why
right,
we
so
didn't,
January.
it's so hard to get it in at Christmas with everything going on. So we moved it to January and turned it into a holiday. That's why we're doing the luncheon thing, just the pizza party.
They seem to very much appreciate that.
So, okay.
Call it a New Year party.
June 19th, the only reason I put it up there as a question was because we did go back and review surveys, and people have asked again. It's the only, so I threw out some options here. It's the only federal holiday not on the town list, one. Two, if you didn't want to approve it, which I'm not buying either way, just putting it in front of you. I would like us to consider doing a mandatory training barbecue that day, because it's already a federal holiday for all of the other places, so it would be the same day every year that we do the mandatory training and barbecue unless the select board changed it. But I'm throwing that out there for you, that's an option, or the other options people have said,
So we're gonna have them come in and they're gonna get paid, right, but just don't have to work on the day off.
It's not a day off if you don't make it a holiday. So-
Right, oh, if you
Yeah,
don't.
if you make it a holiday, it's a day off,
Gotcha.
not, so that's option one. If you don't make it a holiday, would you consider us making that the regularly scheduled training barbecue? Because,
Well, I
Instead of
would
trying
say no, because if someone's spouse has a federal holiday that day, they might take a personal day off to be with their spouse, as opposed to not have to come to mandatory training.
Can we just give them Christmas Eve off and say instead of that, we're giving you Christmas Eve? Call it a day?
I would love that,
Well, we don't have to do anything with June 19th.
No.
no.
It got voted, in fact, it got voted down in the legislature to make it a state holiday this past year. It lost,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
So we don't, so it's not, we don't have to do anything. I was just picking a date because I would like us to have the same date from now on while I'm here, the employee barbecue, because the problem, trying to figure out when to fit it in, and this year, we should have never done it when we did it.
But I
It's
say
too
don't
much.
make it a mandatory day, because there will be families who have a federal holiday.
Yeah, I don't like the whole associating the barbecue with that day in
Yeah.
particular.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
we
even
can
think
pick
of
the
that.
same day,
Yeah.
but just not that one.
Yeah.
So we'll go back to the drawing board and look at another date and come back to you, so we can make it the same day all the time. Is it no then for this to be a holiday, and we wanna try, do you wanna add another holiday?
Well, that's the
Christmas
problem,
Eve?
is you're right. I'd love to give the employees Christmas Eve, but we're adding another holiday.
Yeah, so I think they're happy with closing at noon.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. So, we're good, okay, we're good, done. Keep going.
So like for the for the training, you could do like first Wednesday of June or something like that.
Yeah, and the thing, I mean, if
I
we
can't
get to
do
the point where the
Wednesday, I gotta
state,
move it.
if the state adopts Juneteenth,
Then, okay.
then we'll talk about it.
Different conversation.
Yeah. And it's not, I don't have anything against it or anything, it's just, it's kind of a, it's a new thing over the past few years that's,
It's controversial, first off. The towns, I'm guessing, well, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Well, you said out of 32 towns, only 10.
Yeah,
adopted.
well, and that was the only responses that we got from that. It was really funny because they all came into from the finance group, and I gathered them together and checked it, and there were only, and actually, out of one of those 10, they make a flow holiday instead, so they could take that day or another day off throughout the year. So, okay, that answers that. I will go think about, maybe it's a specific date we set the employee barbecue. We can't do Wednesdays anymore, I don't think, because we closed the transfer station and it
Oh,
causes
that's
some-
the day, late night for
and it's
the
the
clerks.
late night for them, and they end up having to come back and work. It's the late night for meetings, we had to come back to meetings, so we might think of some, we'll look
The
at.
first
some of
Tuesday after the first Monday in June.
that. Yeah, I know.
Do we need to go back into non?
Yeah, I'm rushing. Can I keep going, Mr. Chair?
You keep.
you might as well just.
You're on.
Okay, number 11, this is your select board meeting schedule. I've highlighted 3, well, you can ignore 1 highlight.
Oh, we were gonna have to meet on Juneteenth?
Yeah, you still are now. Okay. January 16th, I put this up there. I am not going to be here that week. I've asked Rob to cover for the budget committee, and I'll make sure I invite you to that, Rob. The budget committee is January 14th.
So you're out that whole week?
I'm gonna probably be gone the whole week. And my question, so if we move it to the 23rd, it still gives you 2 weeks between the next meeting, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'll, what?
Sorry, can you email it out?
Yeah, when we update it, yeah. So I'll move this one to January 23rd. I'm going to Vegas.
You're married?
What? No, my cousin is.
Yeah, you can cancel the July 3rd meeting right now.
And cancel the July 3rd. You're good with that. Okay. Done. See?
So we're gonna be,
Does that mean we don't meet at all in July?
No, one
17th.
day, one
Okay.
month, 1 week, sorry. I'll email everybody the
And it's
updated
like,
one.
you know, if we had to, we could meet on the 10th if there was something, but
so
I won't be
January
here
is
July
gonna
3rd.
January will be January 23rd.
be 2nd and 23rd.
And so July. Okay.
Not the second. Cancel it.
Number 12,
not the 2nd of January?
Oh, June,
Yes.
sorry.
What's number 12?
I think it said July.
Yeah,
number
so-
12, the
yeah,
draft
got it,
warrant
got it, got it.
article.
People would, just some people just keep.
That
us
looks
here.
fine, I already looked at
Are
it.
you, so it gives us plenty of time to review it, get it to the budget committee and have the Department of Revenue. And the department heads never responded, so they didn't have any complaints about the deadline, so you're good with that? I will make sure I get it out to everybody. Okay. Town administrator report.
Huh?
Very abbreviated.
Nice try.
Cliff notes, Christina, cliff notes.
I'm trying.
Yes.
Assessing land use, the final order on the property, we were supposed to have a letter updated on the one on Hall Road. Just so you know, we sent it out to the attorney, but because of I will take full responsibility, I didn't get to follow back up on it. I sent it to the attorney again because I haven't gotten a response, so we should be having something in a couple weeks. Hemlock Brook Road, if you could look at the email that's in your TA report folder, it's,
They're basically concerned there's gonna be a wedding venue up there.
well, they are proposing it. So the questions I only need to, I responded, that's my response. They wanted to know, I just wanna make sure if you felt there should be any other response at this point. They wanted to know, what is if Hemlock Brook Road has 4 blank corners, are we gonna do any road maintenance? We are gonna do any road improvements because they're putting a wedding venue if it goes through up there. Are we, you know, I wanted you to see my response. I don't think it's anything further than that at this point because it hasn't made it through all its steps.
What's your TA, I'm still trying to find your TA report.
It's
What's
not
it?
there. You have to
They want sidewalks and stuff.
go to the folder for TA report, Carol.
Scroll down too far.
And then which one is it?
It's the one marked, Bristol, the one marked, Bristol NH concern.
Yep, got it, thank
If
you.
you open that, that's their email and that's my response right now. I don't think we need to
In the town
do anything
TA
further right
report
now.
folder at the very top. And then it's
We do not have any plans to update the road. We did
Bristol
put the,
NH concern on Brielle is what.
we put the culvert in, the extra culvert Mark had mentioned previously to help with the ponding there. That has been added, but I don't believe we had any other plans to upgrade that road regardless of what's
I
going on.
think their preliminary concerns will be addressed at the zoning board meeting,
Planning board, yes.
planning board,
Yeah.
You know, outside of that,
Well, the planning.
it's not something we have control over.
No, well, the planning board isn't going to order the town or the applicant to upgrade the town road. The planning board is going to order them to update their access road. So these people are asking if we're going to update the town road from out, and I don't think there's any,
Most of the planning board could do
there's an-
is assess an impact fee.
right. So that's something your planning board rep could bring up maybe,
Well, something that should be brought up at the meeting.
yeah.
Because I don't disagree that, I mean, they certainly do make some valid points on here as far as traffic on that road.
Is that where the bed and breakfast is?
No,
No.
it's, well,
It's
down
up-
further.
This is up past Coach Road.
This is up past the bed and breakfast, so at the there's towards the top, there's a hill and Brange Road cuts off at the bottom of the hill, and that's where the bed and breakfast is.
Yeah, but this is up off of.
This is where,
Yeah.
this is not off
Will
of Coach.
sidewalks be installed?
This is off of Hemlock Brook.
Where we just-
It's the new
we can-
section we
Right,
just.
Right,
built.
but it's at the intersection of Coach.
Past
It's past.
it. Do you know where
People
the,
that walk up that hill.
do you know the road that goes
From
up
where?
to the cell tower up in Bridgewater?
Yeah,
There used to be Mike Sharp's property, this is that property.
It's off that.
It's that road that goes up towards the cell tower, he bought all of that property.
Who bought this?
Andrew Patel.
What's that? He's not,
Yeah, after all the
Patel
grief
from-
of accepting that
He's from-
road.
Well, the Patel,
There.
the
You guys-
Patel family from India owns
Is-
a number of the hotels in the
in-
or
area.
is this Old
Well,
Stage
yeah.
Road?
They own,
No,
No,
it's
it's on
on,
the-
it's on Hemlock Brook, but it's
It's
the
the Old Stage, I'm
extension.
confusing
It's
myself.
here.
yeah.
Okay, we're,
they own the
Yeah.
one in
come up to
Lincoln.
the
They
intersection,
own the
where
That's
the
why I
stage
wonder
comes
if
in
it's
and
the
coach
same.
goes.
Yeah,
The town now,
Way
the road going out across is now last 5 years road.
right.
We need to do anything.
And you go out to the end
Oh.
of that and out, but,
I'll take a ride up there, go up there in a Jeep once in a while.
Shore Drive stakeholder meeting?
So the 4 corners are here at
Right.
the top. Coach Road goes that way, Old Stage or whatever we're calling it now goes this way.
Yeah.
It's beyond here.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the property
Yeah,
between
I
those
think
3
it's-
lots right there.
now you go
It's
out
this
and-
property here that he owns, it goes all the way around. And so the access road goes all the way up if we turn.
Oh, so you could see it visibly from Old Stage there when you,
This is Hemlock Brook. We go all the way to about here, I think, now. Where
So
is,
where's the
Sorry.
concern
it-
coming from 580?
there's more than one. We've been getting a lot of letters, but this one was specific questions about the road. Base map.
Well, wouldn't they come to
So
the
it-
meeting?
So if you look here, they want the select board to answer the question. I answered because we don't have any plans currently. So we actually just turned from here to Class 5 road. Was a court case, that part. Then this access road up is where the wedding venue is going to be, somewhere in here. But the road continues out, and this is Bridgewater, and that's where the cell tower is.
And there's
But-
sections that are over
Oh,
10%
that's
grade.
where,
Yeah.
I can drive up.
He got a variant, we got the variance approved for the road in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's already approved for the barn, and then he got a variance, was it not a variant? What was it last night? It was, not last night, Tuesday night, he got the, he's had to go for like 5 things. So Tuesday night, he got another approval finally, and it was for the barn, if I'm, because, oh, it had to do with where it is in relation to,
View from the lake.
no, especially, I think it was especially, there's wetlands nearby, but they didn't designate the whole lot. They just did it for the barn kind of structure he's building so that he has a place to store equipment. He's going to have to come back again a second time. He's spending a ton of money to do this. So he will still have to come back through a second process, but just to get the barn built so he can put equipment in it, he had to go through the first part of the process.
You know, people that wrote this letter have been saying they have a lot of great points.
There's good points, but some of it's kind of presumptuous too.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything you need me to, anything else you want me to respond differently to? Or just wait and see what happens, or bring it to the
You know, I think
planning board's attention?
You know, a lot of these issues should be brought up at that meeting on the 1st.
So it is
The
going,
concerns should be brought up.
Yeah.
it was submitted to them,
Yeah.
I made sure, so they'll get it in their packets.
We don't know what the impact is, we can't forecast the impact to that road.
We don't know what their wedding venue really will be.
Right.
Well, no, I mean, but the thing is, if you have, 100 to 200 guests going to a wedding 10 times a summer, you're talking probably at least 50 to 100 cars, extra
Yep.
cars traveling that road 10 times a summer, which is certainly gonna have an impact on the,
On a dirt road.
road washboarding up, that sort of thing.
But if Mark or if the highway department maintains and agrees it, then we don't know, right? We don't know the extent.
Well, that's the question, they ask how many times, we don't know how many times, but is the potential for it to be necessary more than it currently is? Yes, absolutely.
So I guess in reality, you're gonna, if it goes through, I mean, you're going to have to see what those impacts are. You can't just
Right.
guess what they are and make changes
Right.
now. You're gonna have to see what the first year brings if it does go through.
Does they have some kind of a business plan with some kind of a prediction of that type of thing, you
Right.
think? Tickets, money?
Okay, moving on.
Going on.
Yep.
I'm moving that. September Employee Appreciation, just wanted to say, thank you to the anniversary dates for September. Police Department, Harold Bomer, 22 years, he's our crossing guard.
that's cool.
Wow.
Yep. Fire Department, Nicholas Marsh, 4 years, and Ernest Sullivan, 1 year. In the Executive Department, Shannon Morton, 5 years. Community Power Update, the revised Bristol Community Power Plan has been, I've had people reach out to me, so that's why I'm bringing it up. The Community Power Plan has been submitted and received by the Public Utilities Commission. What we are waiting on right now is approval from them before we can begin the rest of the implementation process.
Are you in your town administrator's report?
I don't have, it's not in your folder.
Thank you, okay.
I
Looking for it.
did not have time to get it into
Okay.
the folder, so, but some of your materials are. I am starting a new thing with departments. Starting November quarterly department meetings, I'm calling it Coffee with the TA. So I'm gonna do it once a quarter, and I start them in November, and I'm going out to public safety, water sewer. I'm combining highway and water sewer, and then this building, so, okay.
Good.
I did want to touch base for the public because we haven't met since this happened. 2024 Volunteer Appreciation Event, we held our first on August 23rd. We're very thankful for the volunteers that help support the town day in and day out. We picked for the 2024 Volunteer Appreciation Award, Bill and Nancy Dowie. And those pictures and some things will be in the buzz, so we just wanted to tell the public. We also, we are in the presence of royalty. A well-deserved 2024 Community Spirit Award was given also on August 24th to Les Dion at Old Home Day, and pictures will be in the buzz.
It was supposed to be Arrow.
Retirement recognition of Arrow. Sadly, the town also recognized on August 24th and celebrated K9 Arrow, who is officially retired as from Old Home Day. It was, we recognize the partnership of Officer Kelly and Arrow. Pictures will be in the buzz.
My next over.
Beach testing update and plan discussion. Go around.
What's that?
Beach testing update, beach
Oh, yeah,
and plan discussion.
okay.
So, do you want me to start with the score and then you can talk about your plan?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, we did a test August 20th, it took a week to get the results back. When I got them back last week, it was 435 for one test.
We have, just to remind you, there's 6 spots. We do 3 at Cummings and 3 at the foot of the lake.
So we do
Left, right, center, basically.
yeah,
Out of the 6.
the right out of the 6 on Avery Krause came back at 435. If you have one test that's over 158, you are supposed to post advisory. If you have 2 tests out of the 6 we do that are 88 or above, you're supposed to post advisory. We had one out of all of them at 435. So I called Carol, like, oh my God.
What was the test date?
August 20th. So last Thursday, Carol and I went out and Carol took a new sampling because we wanted to make sure there wasn't an error in the sampling. We walked we walked Shore Drive, we walked Silver Shores, we walked behind buildings, we checked the 2 drains that come out right there. Nothing drew our attention there. But the second test came back at 86, which is still under. You don't have, they told us we didn't have to post anything, but it's still high. And the wind was blowing it straight at the lake, so that was still kind of high on that side. So go ahead, Carol, and tell them what we thought.
So, it could be sampling error, but 400 is high, 4 plus 100.
Where exactly on the beach was that?
So it's right, these are sampling stations that DES had created when they used to do the beach sampling. If you remember
And we
the
took
story,
it over.
DES abandoned sampling Newfound Lake because of budgets and because it never had a problem. So budgetarily, they kicked out of the ones that were never a problem. We picked it up, the town, quote unquote. So there, it's in front of the house that says, what did they say, Merrill, not Merrill, like 2 or 3 up from the big catch. You got the
Where they're
culvert
building
there,
the really
that
big
one
house.
culvert
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
there's a one culvert that discharges, so it's probably 75 feet towards the big catch from there. Who knows, it could be.
Oh, so right by Trish Miller's there.
Miller's.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right in
yeah,
front of
yeah.
Miller's, that's it.
Yeah.
So that number could be, you know, does somebody have a toilet on their boat that they're never supposed to dump, but that could be having a problem? Though that's a classic on the coast of New Hampshire. Was it a bunch of ducks? Was it just a weird sampling thing?
Somebody from Water and Sewer did bring up a point about, so there's some culverts that come down from up, and they come down from the state road, and they drain right in there by Lakeside and come right out into the lake.
So,
And it all circles around and feeds into that corner.
right, so newsflash on that, I walked that after
You
you
did,
told me that, I went
okay.
and walked it, so. When you go up from the big catch up to Lakeside, there's a set of stairs that goes down there, and there's a dock, which you can barely see unless you really look for it.
That's
And you
from-
have to jump the guardrail, and there's a set of
It's
stairs.
the house
And then
right
the-
across
oh,
the
yeah,
street.
The culvert is like between that dock and the first of Lakeside cabins, and I checked it. There's quite a bit of green algae on the rocks there, maybe not enough to indicate a phosphorus problem, but it's worth looking at. So we said we should pick a day and sample the foot of the lake again.
Yeah.
And that culvert, we should sample that culvert, the sampling stations, and the 2 culverts. that
And
come
see
into
if there's any
the
other
edge.
evidence.
That's gonna cost us it's $20 a sample still.
We're gonna exceed the beach testing line this year, but,
That can, well, that could
because
come
we've
out of
had to
health,
sample
that could come
twice.
out of health officer. Now we're talking about a potential health issue. Could it come out
There's
of
no
the line?
testing in the health office.
Okay.
We,
Take it down to the state
well,
level.
yeah,
Is
so,
there something we can do here?
so the comment
Well-
was that we could hear, but they can't tell us what the number count is. They can just say it was a hit or not.
Yeah.
They do they do a presence absence down here.
Yeah, so they could do that. What Ethan told me is, he said to ask Jeff because they could do present absence, but they can't tell me the parts for billing.
Really?
I can double check, and if they can, then that might be our option, is to have
Because the
them
permit's got a number.
do the test, so.
It's not parts per million, not the correct.
Parts
well,
per
and
something.
It's MPN, most probably
Thank you.
number.
Quick question,
Yeah,
Kevin.
I thought they just kind of.
Little off script. How often does the spring get tested?
Quarterly.
Quarterly for bacteria, and then once a year for a whole other slew of things.
Nitrate.
Yes, what they used to call the standard analysis, which is the 6 metals and nitrate.
No.
Yep.
I can't remember what pH and some basic
I can
stuff.
look again, but
And we've added
I think we're-
Vol VOCs, vols
we're
into
over
there,
another
in case somebody spilled gasoline up on Little
Sure,
Dirt
yeah.
Road there. That's supposed to, but we thought maybe if we did a round,
It would help tell us if there might be another issue going on that we need to investigate. Smell isn't happening, set in view of things isn't happening.
What is the cause? Is it bio?
Could be.
Or is it gray water?
Well, it's-
Could it be gray water?
it shouldn't be gray water. It could be gray water, depending what people put in it, obviously. E. coli is the bacteria test for because you have billions of them in your gut. It's just an indicator that there could be feces. It's also in ducks, it's also in deer, it's also in the various other mammals. There's even some of it that's naturally on vegetation, so you get a big rainstorm, you're gonna get a hit, because it's washing all that out.
Yeah, that was the other thing, I was gonna say, was this
What was
after
the weather?
rain event or
I don't
something?
know.
Well, so Joanne told me when they went out to do the test, I just found this out yesterday, was it was really windy and choppy, but we went and it was really windy
Yeah.
and choppy, and so we don't know.
I mean, so sometimes when you're choppy, you get stuff floating on the surface that you're supposed to avoid, right? If you just, if there's a blob of something, you try to avoid it the best you can, but you could have picked up something that fell off a boat, that got churned up in the water, and you got it, so. But to be protective, we thought maybe we could take, I don't know, a couple $100 and do a few samples around the foot of the lake, just to make ourselves feel good.
Just to make
Or
sure
to
there's
check
not
on it,
another
too.
issue,
Right.
so.
And if we sample those 3 culverts, that might give us an indication if one of
Right
them
in front of them.
is having some kind of an issue.
Yeah.
There are those at the foot of the
So-
lake who insist that the septic systems at the foot of the lake are causing all the problems at the foot of the lake.
Every time it
Grass
rains,
growing and
we're
all that.
getting a call, so that
Which
there's
is, there's
smell
no
or there's something.
physical
yeah,
evidence.
We haven't found any yet.
Yeah.
So.
So, yeah, so.
Oh, the middle section with the right section was 435, but the middle, it was only 44, but that's higher than it's normal too. It's just, we're seeing numbers rise a little.
It's, well, a lot of the ones we did last year that came out high were right after the roads all washed out.
Right, and we tested again and they were fine. This year though, they're staying in the 20s and 30s, so.
All right, anything else on the TA report?
Yeah, under your, go in your folder and look at the image 325, 326, 327.
They won't open.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine open.
Oh, here, you wanna look at mine?
Close mine.
So these are the old fireworks barges. They are on our swim line provider's property, and they're asking what we want to do with them. I think it's time, obviously, we had a very
Do they
good
want
show. I can,
What
he
is-
didn't say, it just said they wanted to know what we wanted to do with them.
So who's,
It's on, it's.
How many do we
Devon.
have?
Yeah.
We have, well, so there's one,
3 or 4?
so I think 1, 2, I think those are the same two in that picture. I think we have 4 total, but this one's pretty much no good, and there might be one in Hebron, so. So if this one, there's one here that's definitely not any good. The other 2 are stacked up and they're old. It's time to let them.
So he wants them gone?
Well, I think he wants them off his property too, but he didn't say, he just asked, what would we like to do with them?
Ask him if he's interested in
Okay. If he's not, do you,
We should haul them off.
it. We'll figure
Yeah.
something out, but
Okay.
just see if he
we'll
wants it first.
dispose, okay,
Put that on highway somewhere.
okay.
From along the highway, is that what you said?
No, at highway
Along
department.
the-
At the highway
We'll
department.
wait till Halloween and we'll sell them out to.
Find a class 5 road.
Without a trailer.
Shore Drive stakeholders meeting, they will be
Spot on
rescheduling.
different
Which board member wanted to be involved in that? Shore Drive stakeholders meeting, it's coming up.
It was Carol?
That's where we talked about the concerns of the flooding, behind people's houses, along the road.
It'd be nice to have this.
Not that I'm rushing.
For that.
One that I missed the last time.
That's
You know
it,
that?
yes.
We
What?
got that information.
Yeah, what's
I'll
the
I
date?
don't have a date
Carol
yet,
was
so
doing
yes, we
it.
will. Okay, go ahead, Carol's doing it. In your folders and TA report, the MS 434 is your estimated revenues. We've submitted that to the Department of Revenue. This is the first step, we just wanted you to see it. It's not bad. If you roll to the bottom, I'm not looking at your folders. So, our revenues are 3.6 million estimated, but that could change because we also reevaluate them at the tax rate setting. But right now, that's where we're at.
And where's it compared to the prior year?
Can tell you. Because I didn't put it in the folder. I'll
Fine.
email you, how's that?
Is it up?
Sidewalks, it is up, yes. I can tell you it's up, but I can't tell you how much.
Okay, that's fair.
Wait, I gotta find the email. So sidewalks, a lot of people have been concerned they're not done yet. Obviously, they just painted yesterday. According to the crosswalks, thank you. According to the subcontractor, they will be on site next week, most likely Wednesday or Thursday, to do the thermoplastic paving markings. So fingers crossed.
When did they paint the lines? During the night?
Yesterday, and last night, sorry, during the
I don't
night.
remember.
They were
Yeah.
painting today too.
Okay,
Stump grinding, I have 3 quotes, but I did not get a quote from the person. The other person we asked, he didn't submit one. The quotes that I have are from, and you want me to go forward or try to get one from the person from Bridgewater? So I.
they didn't get back to me on that, did they?
Nope. I got one from TLC Tree Care. I'm choking, sorry. TLC submitted one. We had the one that the Beanos got, and then we had the original one. The cheapest one is TLC, right, in the list, but I'm not gonna say out loud what those quotes are until we get the last quote. I'll bring
Yeah,
those to
let's-
the 19th.
How long have they had to give you a quote, this other company?
Um,
About?
2 weeks. But, they did talk to Victor and said they were submitting one, but I haven't seen it yet.
I'll follow up on it in the morning.
I'm going fast. Random tour, police department brought up a concern about the random tours of the building, people just dropping by and wanting a tour right now. So part of the concern is they're still moving, if you went there today, the whole hallway is police archives boxes. So they can't just give somebody a tour because they've just started moving stuff out. So I did talk to both Ben and Chris about open house. We're looking into October because we missed Old Home Day. And part of it, we thought, Ben thought maybe we make it coincide with Fire Prevention Week. We do it that way. So we're still gonna do that, but we were hoping that the board would support. We would prefer to make an appointment to have a tour,
Yeah.
no more random tours, because people are they're just dropping by.
Yeah, and just worded it like, we appreciate your enthusiasm and it's excitement, but,
Yeah,
you know,
Because there's still so many
It's too
things going
disruptive to
on.
operate.
Email, so who do you wanna have, email one of the chiefs, or have a designated person to,
I can ask them.
or the administrator?
I'll ask them, yeah. I think it probably will be their administrator. Central Street project, in case anybody wants to attend the pre-bid meeting, September 12th at 10 a.m. here, as we're doing the pre-bid meeting with the contractors. And then, the bid opening is October 1st at 2 p.m. here.
For what's that?
Central Street,
Pump station.
we got the approval
pump
to move
station.
forward with the bids. And then the last thing, fishing game is next Tuesday and 2 weeks after that. I think that's it. Let me look real quick. Keep going. You can go on to the next
Do what?
person if you want.
Didn't understand that, say that again?
I'm looking to make sure I didn't miss anything, but you can go on to the next person if you want.
select board comments,
Planning board met, the chair would, he's gonna set up a meeting with us to come in and just to make sure the select board is on board with the master plan and where the planning board is going. Just making sure the directions are going. He had a lot of information. I'm like, I think it'd be best if you just meet instead of having me
yeah.
be the
Okay.
middle person. So,
I set him up actually already. Let me
you put him on the agenda on a date. Okay.
Yeah, I pushed him out there because we have so much.
That's
going on.
fine. Public comment was that a major issue with the crosswalks. But he also had a good idea because he sees a lot of, it was a local business owner downtown in Central Square. He suggested putting a yellow line down Central Street so that a lot of people don't realize that it's a two-way road and they think it's just a parking lot when they initially pull in. They don't realize it's a street that goes down through. So single line, and that's something the highway department can do. Just paint, right, if we do a single or double yellow, was an idea.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I did have one other item. What the heck was it?
They're proposing a change to land use permits. They're talking about making it instead of a fee, a set fee. So right now, a set fee is anything that's $2,000 or more required, renovations requires a permit.
Yeah.
They're right now considering percent of valuation.
Just
I've
because
talked to the chair, that's probably not a good idea. So percent of valuation means somebody who has a $1 million home
yeah.
gets to do, what, $100,000 in renovations, and somebody who has a $200,000 home only gets to do $20,000 in renovations
Without a permit.
without a permit. And then that may cause some issues, is my concern, and also land use, they emailed me today.
The idea behind the percentage was that right now it's currently 2,000, which is putting in a vanity in a toilet, right? So instead of keep chasing this down the road, we're going off a percentage.
Or
now.
just increase the amount before you get to the permit.
Well, that's why if we just increase it to say $20,000, now in so many years, well, it's gonna be 25,000.
It started with 500 originally, so.
Why do we want to make people have a permit to do renovations in their house, get rid of it, let them do what they want in their house?
Exactly. Third castle,
Huh?
third castle.
Yeah.
So you might as well eliminate your enforcement department then.
Dad, I didn't forget this thing.
I mean,
Carol and I, the libertarian.
I mean, I don't have a problem with people do, I'm not saying that I have a problem whatsoever with what people do in their house, but then you have your zoning regulations. You wanna eliminate them all, great, but.
No, there's, my conversation right the other day.
Not for now. Maybe I should have wrote it down.
There's something else,
There was a third item, but that's all right.
you sure? They're
Yeah.
changing them to zoning compliance permits, that's their recommendation, I don't know if that was it, but.
So,
They're not gonna do the land use permits, they're recommending to do zoning compliance.
Just change the name. Because we don't have an enforcement officer, right, code.
The code is enforced by the fire chief on everything over, so single and two family, the fire chief can enforce life safety code. So with zoning compliance would then be what would be enforced, but.
All right, I guess that's it.
You guys, many of you know, my daughter Jennifer got married and we used the old town hall Sunday. It was wonderful. We left all the benches set up like a church, and then after, when we went for photos, everybody had instructions to move all the benches around the table. Worked out great. The only thing I had a comment on was if you're renting that building out to someone, the sign outside says no smoking, and maybe that's a problem.
No smoking on any town property.
Ah.
That's the problem.
Well, I was supposed to rewrite that
Yeah.
2 years ago.
You were.
Right, the smoking
That's what I
policy.
said.
Do you remember that? Yeah, I'll do that, I'll work on it. I'm just saying, if you follow that, you probably won't rent it out to many people for events. That's all.
They
Yeah, it
just
is what
won't
it
go
is.
out.
Yeah, we want to make cigarette butts on
Oh,
the
as I
property.
said, the employee,
Yeah.
never mind.
I mean, we didn't remodel that to be a venue to rent, it was just kind of a caveat that it is available.
I want to put on a list of things for the end of the year and early next year to get more access to the foot of the lake or the beach. Saw something in Canada, you guys, you probably have heard of it, they're called Moby mats.
Like a,
It's like a rolled up
I think I know what you're, they have them
plastic
wells.
piece that you can take a wheelchair down.
Yeah, they have them wells.
So you don't have to construct anything, you just roll it out in the sand, and they're really, we dragged our cart way the heck, like 150 feet down, so.
So I think that might be a matter of just removing some rocks. and
Yeah,
a couple of
so
wells.
I want, let's put it on our list for early in the year. That's all.
Close.
Oh, I have some-
From the state that'll take
Yeah.
200
Yeah.
years to get.
I have some comments on the canine policy, we weren't doing that. I'll go over them with you,
We talked about it in
they're,
non-public.
they're all minor.
Plus?
Just great old home day, good turnout,
Yeah.
the most vendors I think we've had in years and years, if not the most ever, but it was a good day.
It was
Lots of
great.
good vendors too.
And dinner, like, that seemed like it was really,
Mine went on forever.
yeah, really full too. It's good.
Was it busy for, we left before dinner. 'cause
Oh my
we-
gosh, yeah, it was busy. It was,
Set up extra tables
yeah.
outside the
Yeah,
tent.
We left the meeting like 4 o'clock, so
Yeah.
it was good, good day.
after the fire department got
Got spanked.
Creamed.
spanked.
Oh,
It was
did you?
sad.
It was like 37.
It's about
watt.
time.
No, I think you did too.
18-2.
It was 25, I thought, to
It
2.
was a lot.
It was bad.
Not
We all
bad.
have different scores, that's how bad it was.
It was, yeah, if we do hire these 3 additional employees for the fire department at any point, there's gonna be some,
Talent.
some
You hire some
talent
people.
requirements.
They're screening on your
Requirements,
softball
yeah.
ability.
The PD lost a couple of
They even put their,
pathetic players and gained a couple that can actually play, so.
well, and they also had their kids playing.
You know, Christina?
Sorry, oh, shut up. It was fun.
But just to echo what Les said about Old Home Day, and thank you to Christina for the work that she did on not only Old Home Day, but the volunteer appreciation
Yes,
night.
that was
So,
great.
It was great, so. Other than that, I just want to see the crosswalks downtown maybe, but.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good.
All right. Do we need to cover something? or
Make a
wait?
really quick non-public. Very
Make a
quick.
motion to go to non-public
Second.
under
That RSA.
RSA,
Yeah.
oh, it's in there, it's on the agenda.
91A colon something.
Thank you.
Motion by
A, B,
Carol,
C, 1,
second
2,
by Les, roll call vote, Scott.
Aye.
Karen?
Aye, Carol, aye.
You don't have-
Rob, aye.
Don, aye.